throttle up.
Heavy roger, go for deploy.
Thanks, June, and to everybody in the shuttle program. The crew is go for launch.
Roger, nice to be in orbit.
We have followed in their footsteps to get us where we are today.
Good afternoon from Starliner Mission Control in Houston. Thanks for joining us for today's first rendezvous and docking of Boeing Starliner spacecraft with the International Space Station. I am Boeing's Steven Seisloff, and with me is NASA's Gary Jordan.
That's right, Steve. It's good to be here.
In a few minutes, we're going to go across the hall to the International Space Station Flight Control Room for a look at today's activities from that perspective. Needless to say, there will be a lot going on, and we will bring it to you as it happens, some 265 miles above the Earth. At this moment, Starliner is about 54 kilometers away from the International Space Station. It is below and behind the orbiting laboratory. There are not any crew members aboard Starliner today for this orbital flight test. The mission began almost 24 hours ago at Cape Canaveral, Florida, with a liftoff aboard a United Launch Alliance Atlas V. Since then, Starliner has been steadily raising its orbit on a precisely timed course to connect to the International Space Station in a little bit more than 3 hours' time.
That's right, Steve. The Starliner just conducted a plane change burn, so it's getting a little closer to the station. We're expecting another burn coming up here in a little more than 3 minutes to do the same thing. And we just got the go from the International Space Station flight control teams that they are go for joint operations. And we'll talk about that when we get a little bit closer to the International Space Station. But this is a game of precise timing, like you said, and so far the burns that have been conducted up to this point have been looking good.
And while a lot of the attention is on the navigation sensors and the thrusters that are steering the spacecraft today, engineers are also monitoring the active thermal control system on Starliner to make sure it maintains stable cooling on the rest of this journey today. This is the first time teams have had a chance to do a lot of in-depth work with the spacecraft while on orbit. They're getting a sense of what kind of pump pressures and temperatures to expect of Starliner's cooling loops, which radiates heat generated by the avionics, the thrusters, and other systems, and controls interior cabin temperatures. The system has proven to be very efficient at cooling. ECOM is the flight controller here who is watching over the cooling loops today, and his eyes and ears will be on this system, and the flight director will be getting periodic updates. ECOM is making manual adjustments to the cooling system that would normally be automated. If the control team were to get into a situation where the cooling loops were in an out of range position, we can hold at any time today in the rendezvous and docking. This is all part of the learning process for operating Starliner in orbit. And the bottom line, we have a very flexible timeline today as we head to the International Space Station. So far, the navigation system has been doing exactly what it's supposed to do, and we are on track to proceed toward the ISS with first contact planned for 6:10 p.m. Central Time, 7:10 p.m. East Coast Time.
You're getting a look at the inside of the White Flight Control Room. Teams in this room here are monitoring the Boeing Starliner. We just got confirmation that this team is also go for integrated operations with the International Space Station coming up after a couple of these burns. Of course, the next milestone that we have coming up is in less than a minute. It is called an NHPC-2 burn. This is a plane change burn to, again, incrementally raise the altitude of the Starliner, getting closer to the International Space Station. Just in the short amount of time that we've been talking, Steve, we've covered more than 10,000 meters or 10 kilometers. So we are getting much closer, and this burn will continue to do just that. And that burn, again, is coming up in about 20 minutes, or 20 seconds, rather.
Station on 2 for SSC 15.
Go ahead, Chell.
Okay, the CST docking monitor for WIF 16 appears to be frozen. Time and frame are not incrementing, and it's got a red border.
And Chell, thanks for bringing that to our attention. We are working a WIF 16 problem, so we think it has to do with that. Let us keep working on that, but you can press on.
Sounds good, thanks. For step 5.4 in the CST monitoring setup. The PCSR POP and SSCs are configured for vehicle monitoring, aside from the one with.
And as Starliner works its way through orbit, it does have the attention of flight controllers here in Houston and engineers around the country. It also has the attention of 7 people who are already on orbit, the crew of the International Space Station. Here at Starliner Mission Control, Flight Director Ed Van Cise gave his go, as Gary noted a couple of minutes ago, to begin integrated ops with the ISS team. That basically means that the Starliner and the International Space Station flight controllers will make their decisions together as they move through this rendezvous and docking process. You're going to hear the word choreography a lot today because all of this is very carefully planned out, all the motions of the Starliner spacecraft, the exact path it will follow as it moves from its current position behind and below the space station up to eventually getting slightly in front of the space station and pulling into the docking port at the forward end of the Harmony node.
Now, we do have a good NHPC2 burn, and so they're tracking good performance of that burn. Starliner on a good trajectory. That's one of the last burns outside of the integrated operations before we do what's called a TPI burn, a terminal phase initiation. That gets us really within the vicinity of the International Space Station, but that NHPC2 burn gets us just incrementally closer. The next one coming up is an almost 2.5 minutes, is called an NSRPC burn, and that one gets us in the same co-elliptic plane as the International Space Station, really just flying right underneath and a little bit behind, but ultimately in the same phase. We did have the go for integrated operations. They'll do another go, no-go pull to make sure that they can cross into the approach ellipsoid, that outer sphere that you see on this graphic here, and then they'll do some incremental burns to get closer to the International Space Station. You can see they're called inbound fly-around maneuvers until we get into the approach corridor. We're going to be seeing a couple of demonstrations of the Starliner as we get within the approach corridor. You can see a couple of the milestones there on the right. It includes a 250-meter hold and another 200-meter hold. That 250 hold will be commanded by Kjell Lindgren and Bob Hines, who are setting up some of their monitoring equipment. That's some of the space-to-grounds that you were hearing a little bit earlier. They're getting some of the systems set up in preparation for that. They're going to test the command capability from the International Space Station while it's in a safer zone, the 250-meter.
Houston Space Ground 2 for Kjell in command test.
With you on 2.
Hey, Kjell, we are go for you to perform the space-to-space command test in step 1 of 1.102. That's the CST approach and retreat monitoring dynamic overlays.
Okay, copy that. You're ready for step 1 and 1.102. Stand by.
Good read.
So speaking of demos, that's word from the International Space Station that they are getting ready for What we've set up as Demo 4, that is space-to-space commanding, that's basically proving that the crew of the International Space Station can send commands back and forth between the space station and the Starliner spacecraft, and that the Starliner spacecraft will do what it's supposed to. This is not a very challenging command to execute. It is simply turning the lights on and off aboard Starliner. Is enough to show that the communications link is good and that the two spacecraft are speaking to each other.
So it'll be sort of flickering the high beams on the Starliner. That'll be good. Now we did hear a little bit before.
Command has been sent, and the PCS shows the docking light is on.
Houston copies, and we confirm the docking light is on.
Thank you.
And hearing from the crew there that demo has gone well. Starliner has passed its test, and the space station astronauts can indeed command the Starliner vehicle. That's an important demonstration. Again, we're about a little more than 3 hours away from the docking, but from that first opportunity, I should say. But we are looking at these demo opportunities coming up, and it's
Going two.
HL, you saw in your caution warning sum that 2 suppressed alarms came up for the CST RAIU. We do not anticipate that's an issue. We think it's just a mismatch. And for the prop thermal fault, that is just things getting a little bit warm. We're learning about the vehicle.
Okay, copy. I see you both of those. Thanks for the heads up.
So the crew going through their steps to make sure that they're prepared for the oncoming approach monitoring, and of course,
Station Houston on 2 for Shell. We, with the docking light coming on, we can confirm a good command link between ISS and CST. You can expect docking lights to be turned back off shortly.
Okay, we copy. Thanks.
All right, so that what you just heard was the verification from the ground teams you see here in the white flight control room. We're monitoring the Starliner and its systems on board. That's a good command link with the Starliner. Now that test, that demonstration of flickering the high beams, the lights on the Starliner spacecraft, is verifying that good command link, and of course we'll verify it a little bit closer when the Starliner is about 250 meters right in front, really, of the International Space Station. That same command link, they'll actually send a command halt, verifying that capability exists. But with a good command link, that's a good demonstration and a good milestone passed as we approach the next major milestone, which really is the NSRPC burn coming up in about 16 minutes. That's going to get us again in the same co-elliptic phasing as the International Space Station.
And these burns that are coming up are being done with the OMAC engines, with those orbiting maneuver and control engines. There's 20 of them on the Starliner spacecraft, each producing about 1,500 pounds of thrust. And they give the spacecraft quite a kick. Of course, because there's 20, there's plenty of redundancy built into it. There's a big set of smaller thrusters, 28 thrusters in all, called reaction control system thrusters. Those are 100-pound class thrusters, give or take. And they make fine adjustments to the spacecraft. That's basically for maneuvering close to the International Space Station, and it was kind of pointing the spacecraft. It'll speed it up and slow it down by a little bit, but with these maneuvers that are going on, that's really the domain of the larger thrusters, those OMAC thrusters. So what you're going to see is outside the approach ellipsoid with these burns that are coming up. Gary just mentioned the NSRPC. raising the orbit and closing in on the space station. Again, that's the work of the OMACs, and the RCS is going to keep everything pointed the way it's supposed to. And then when we get close, especially inside the approach ellipsoid, when you start the inbound fly around burns, that's all going to be the work of the RCS. So fascinating work that the prop officers and the guidance and navigation, and of course the rendezvous officer, are all working today. So it takes a team of people and a lot of different systems on the spacecraft, but so far so good.
So far, so good indeed. Those OMACs have been performing as expected. The teams have been tracking a good trajectory for Starliner. So we've been using those OMACs. They've been performing well. And Steve, as you mentioned, the NSRPC will use those OMACs. As you mentioned, though, once we get into that sphere, that's really where we rely on those smaller thrusters, those fine-tuned maneuvers. It'll be those thrusters that the Starliner itself will use whenever these commanded holds are in place, and then of course the maneuvers themselves, including the inbound fly around. But there's also another major milestone that we'll see once we're inside the approach ellipsoid in that joint operations phase. We talked about the commanded hold a little bit, that 250 meters. There's another one, that inner zone closer to the space station called the keep out sphere. They're going to try out a maneuver where they're going to try to get Starliner to cross the keep out sphere without it being programmed to be go. In that scenario, the Starliner should automatically retreat outside of the keep out sphere, and that'll be one of the final demonstrations that we see before we get that approach corridor initiation burn to push in and head towards docking.
And you can really think about those two zones in a bit of a sporting sense, because you have the shape of the American football as the approach ellipsoid, and of course the world football, or soccer football here in America, is the shape of that keep out sphere. So it's probably the only bit of sports we'll be talking today, but it does kind of give an impression of that zone that Starliner and ISS will fly during today's maneuvers. So we're closing in on 10 minutes before the next burn, burn to raise the orbit of Starliner. That's the NSRPC burn. And we mentioned that although, again, no crew on board Starliner for this orbital flight test 2, there are people aboard the International Space Station, of course, have been for more than 20 years. And NASA's Leah Cheshire is over across the hall in ISS Flight Control Room 1. Leah, how are things looking over there?
Hey, Steve, it's looking pretty good over here. The International Space Station is currently flying just southeast of New Zealand as Starliner makes its way to the orbital laboratory. Now, while there is no crew aboard Starliner, like you mentioned, we do have the crew on the International Space Station currently monitoring. There are the 7 astronauts closely involved in the operations, and it's been a busy time for them aboard the station over the last several weeks, as always, including with the departure and splashdown of Crew 3 about 2 weeks ago, and the arrival of Crew 4 the week before that. Currently living aboard the space station are NASA's Bob Hines, Kjell Lindgren, and Jessica Watkins, ESA, or the European Space Agency astronaut Samantha Cristoforetti, and Roscosmos cosmonauts Sergei Korsakov, Oleg Artemyev, and Denis Matveev. Kjell Lindgren and Bob Hines took some time recently to practice with the software used to monitor Starliner's arrival, and you've been hearing the voice of Kjell Lindgren speaking with the Capcom, the capsule communicator, here in Mission Control Houston as they discuss the vehicle and its arrival. Now, Lindgren and Hines will be primed to monitor the spacecraft, and they'll also help the team test out some of those planned demos that we have discussed and we will discuss a little more later. This is a live look inside the flight control room here at NASA's Johnson Space Center in Houston, Texas. This team is monitoring 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year, as those astronauts and cosmonauts have lived aboard the station in different increments for the past 21 plus years. Your flight director today is Vincent LaCourte. He is monitoring all of the operations here on the ground.
Power cable.
Go ahead, Sam.
Seems that the laptop power cable that goes into my CQ, where I have my personal SSC plugged in, is not working. I'm not able to charge the laptop anymore with it. The cobalt brick is on, but the laptop is not charging, although it's plugged in.
Okay, Sam, we copy. Station Houston on 2 for Sam and your laptop cable. Hey, Sam, if you could just check the cable, make sure there is no damage on it, and the easy solution here is just find a spare, and if you need us to direct you to a location for a spare, let us know.
So I noticed that there is one in the lab, and there's also one in the jam that are free, so I could grab one of those. I don't see any obvious damage on the power cable, but I did try to plug in the laptop on other power cables, and it charged normally, so I think the problem is the cable.
Okay, we copy, and we don't have a preference on which spare cable you grab. Just give us the serial number once you do grab it.
Okay, thank you.
And that voice you heard calling down from the International Space Station was European Space Agency astronaut Samantha Cristoforetti. As a reminder, we've got 7 astronauts and cosmonauts still working on other various tasks, including scientific research aboard the International Space Station. She was talking with Capcom, or capsule communicator, Rob Hayhurst here in Houston. We have one Capcom in Houston, and that helps us streamline communication to the crew. That way they're only speaking with one voice from the ground rather than everyone operating on the various systems. Now, as you heard earlier, the teams here reported they were go for integrated operations.
For Jessica.
And those integrated operations will begin once the Starliner spacecraft enters the approach ellipsoid. We also call that the AE, and it's an invisible...
Hey, Jessica, sorry about that. I'll let you into handover. Regarding the HASS CTB 1363, we're tracking on the ground. It is in the Node 1 Overhead 4 location. If you could check the adjacent lockers or anywhere in the Overhead 4 rack, we are thinking you will find it there.
Okay, sounds good. I'll keep checking. Thank you.
Hayhurst now speaking with NASA astronaut Jessica Watkins on her first flight to the International Space Station. And to his right is NASA astronaut Sunita Williams. She is a Starliner systems expert and was just in Kennedy Space Center in Florida yesterday, watching the launch along with her colleagues. She's made her way back to Mission Control Houston to help monitor the mission. Now we have gotten a look inside the room here at Mission Control Houston, right across the hall from where Starliner is being monitored at Johnson Space Center. I'm going to send it back to Steve and Gary because I know we're coming up on another burn that we will not want to miss.
Thank you so much, Leah. It looks great over there. I know the room is in really good shape over here. Pretty quiet. The launch controllers just reported, the flight controller, sorry, just reported that Starliner is in good configuration for the NSRPC burn that is coming up. That's going to take place in 1 minute and 30 seconds from now. Starliner looking at in a position to again speed up relative to the International Space Station and raise its orbit. All of this is carefully planned, and all of these maneuvers are to keep Starliner on its precise path as the International Space Station moves along on its own orbit, of course. Starliner is currently just under 15 kilometers from the International Space Station, closing in at a rate of 5.8 meters per second.
That's right. Things are trending good. We got reports here in Mission Control that the Starliner itself is in a good configuration, ready for that NSRPC burn coming up in just about 30 seconds. Again, this particular burn will get the Starliner co-elliptic with the International Space Station. It's currently below and behind the station. As it rides co-elliptic, it'll slowly catch up, getting closer from behind until it's pretty close to right underneath. But before that, it'll execute the terminal phase initiation. 3 seconds from burn.
Prop reports burning. Mac engines performing well. Rendezvous reports good NSRPC burn. So Starliner remains on course for docking with the International Space Station.
Good words from the flight control teams here. So with a good NSRPC burn, the Starliner now flying co-elliptic right underneath the International Space Station, and behind you can see this plot graph right where the circles are on the top left. That's where we're going. The International Space Station. So as it slowly catches up, right now 14, almost close to 15, just under 15 kilometers from the International Space Station. We did get confirmation that even at 15 kilometers...
Station Houston, Space Ground 2 for Starliner status.
And go for station.
Yeah, I just want to let you know that Starliner had a good NSRPC burn, and from Starliner's cameras, we are seeing ISS.
Awesome, we're waving. Can you see us?
Almost.
Great news. That's really good to hear. We're getting squared away up here and ready to catch her.
You just heard from the International Space Station. That was the voice of NASA astronaut Bob Hines. He and Kjell Lindgren have the duty for the monitoring duties of Starliner's approach to the International Space Station, joyously confirming that he can see the Starliner. So we got a tally-ho from the International Space Station. From this room, you can sort of see it, but there is a Vesta system. It's an optical system. We'll address that a little later as we get close to some of the demos on what that system does, but it's an optical navigation system. It too is seeing the International Space Station. On the front board here on the left, you can sort of see the outline of the International Space Station right at the center of some of those images. That yellow dot, that's the International Space Station from those Vesta systems. So both are looking at each other, both are waving, everything looking good after that NSRPC burn.
We see that Starliner has moved within 14 kilometers of the International Space Station, moving at a relative speed to the International Space Station, of only 4.7 meters per second. Of course, moving at an orbital speed relative to Earth, 17,500 miles an hour, Mach 25. And today's orbital rendezvous, getting up to that speed, was set in motion a little bit more than 21 hours ago at Cape Canaveral with a brilliant afternoon liftoff from Space Launch Complex 41. That is the Slick 41. That is the launch pad used by United Launch Alliance, and it is outfitted for the needs of a human-rated spacecraft like Starliner. It took only 11 minutes for the powerful Atlas V booster to power Starliner to that orbital velocity, put it on course to track to the International Space Station.
We have confirmation of a good MET epic timer on Starliner.
Atlas executed its roll program.
So we saw some great views from the rocket as it ascended away from that seaside launch pad there at Cape Canaveral Space Force Station. That was yesterday evening. It's going to be just a little bit more than 24 hours after that that Starliner has its first opportunity to dock to the International Space Station.
Mach 1, Atlas V and Starliner are now supersonic.
And again, looking back, that's a camera aboard the Atlas V rocket, looking back at the solid fuel boosters, helping out. That launch was timed just like these rendezvous and docking procedures are timed very carefully. That launch was timed to coincide with the time frame that the International Space Station was, that its orbital plane was in line, in perfect alignment with the launch site. And as you can see, Starliner ascending through the clouds. That view of Earth was actually some of the first that the Starliner system saw as they were calibrating their cameras and their sensors. Of course, Space Station was at that point too far away to see firsthand by the spacecraft, so they were just looked at those clouds. Of course, there we saw the solid rocket, solid fueled booster fall away.
It was a beautiful flight, Steve, all the way up until the spacecraft separated from the top of the Atlas V rocket. Shortly afterwards, it performed an orbital insertion burn to get it into an orbit, and then another burn, and that set up the vehicle to start its series of demonstrations. Now, we've been noting a couple of demonstrations throughout our coverage so far, and we're actually able to verify over space-to-ground good space-to-space commanding from the astronauts aboard the International Space Station. But shortly after the Starliner got into orbit, it performed two demonstrations. One was an attitude hold with its reaction control system thrusters. These small thrusters just verified that the pointing and and the LVLH attitude, meaning it found the horizon of the Earth itself and was able to perform an attitude hold maneuver. It performed that demonstration very well, and then it also performed a demonstration of some of the abort burns, some practice burns that would be used just in case there were an abort scenario. The preliminary data on that looks good. However, the teams after the conclusion of OFT2 will take a look at that data to verify the performance of those two demonstrations. But again, those demonstrations, at least in a preliminary sense, looked pretty good.
And of course, our friends on that Atlas launch team, wonderful work. And Starliner is the first human-rated spacecraft that the Atlas line of launch vehicles has put into space since the earliest days when Atlas rockets were used to launch the likes of John Glenn and Scott Carpenter and the Mercury 7 astronauts.
So we're back with you with live coverage. These views coming from the International Space Station. It's currently just west off the coast of South America, about to cross probably the left border of, or the western border of Colombia, and head on a northeastern track over to the Caribbean. It's actually the western border of Peru, now currently over Peru, and again on a northeastern track.
And the Starliner flight control team is about 8 minutes and 20 seconds away from a go, no-go for the next burn, the terminal phase initiation burn. So we are keeping track on that. The burn itself will take place a little bit over 13 minutes from now. Starliner is just under 12 kilometers away from the International Space Station, moving at a relative speed, a closing speed of about 4.5 meters per second. And Boeing's Jim Chilton talked a little bit about some of the work that goes into making Starliner a spacecraft that can dock itself rather than being installed on an ISS port, as cargo craft are handled. And he spoke with us recently about some of that effort going into the Starliner program.
The difference between berthing and docking is when you're berthing, and this is what cargo vehicles do, you fly up close to the space station, and then the flight crews on the space station grapple you with one of the robotic arms and bring you in. Docking is different. Historically, crews fly for docking. Our first mission is autonomous docking. So for our technical teams, it has to really be right. We've learned how to fly in space by working with NASA, no question about that. But when you look at Starliner, she is a product of Boeing. We have a system called Vesta, and it has optical cameras and other kinds of sensors, and it's looking out. You can even look at the stars and find out where the spaceship is. But think of it as a set of eyes, a brain, and then the arms and legs are the things that move you around. So we have the flight computers are the brain, and they and the guidance instruments know where they are. And so as you move through space, they keep track of that. And then there's a series of little jets all around the spaceship. And so the eyes look, the brain thinks about it, and just uses the jets to move where she's supposed to be. So what we're going to do is fly in through a corridor. Imagine a pipe you got to fly through that isn't really there. So the spaceship has to keep herself inside that pipe, not come in too fast, stop, get clearance, and then connect with just the right force to latch everything in. This is not something we can take lightly. We are used to those spectacular flight crews. All our machines are made typically, as is Starliner, where if the computers aren't going quite right, that flight crew can grab it and fly it. We don't want to have to rely on the crew. Not that we don't trust them. We'd like this to be a lifeboat too. Hope it never happens, but maybe someday she's got to take somebody home without help. And so it's not for the faint of heart to get this exactly right. Starliner isn't a shuttle replacement. Starliner is a piece of something much bigger than just the shuttle program was. And if you look at what our space agency is doing now, it's never been more interesting or fun.
And that's a look at some of the inside, some of the thinking that and the work that went into Starliner. Of course, Jim Chilton there representing the whole Starliner team. Nobody does this kind of thing by themselves. It takes a lot of work by a lot of people. And you know, we talk a lot about the machine today. We talk a lot about the guidance system, the thrusters, everything that goes into making a spacecraft work, and you know, very exciting stuff. But you know, ultimately, like Jim was saying there, you know, this is really a story of people. Space exploration is done for the benefit of people, and you know, it takes a lot of work. And one of the people that is kind of in the spotlight today is Starliner's flight director, and that is Ed Van Cise. And he is at the helm here in Houston. He is NASA's 78th flight director. He was also the original orbital flight director for OFT-1. Along with the entire flight control team, Ed is responsible for the operations and safety of the International Space Station, Starliner's human spaceflight mission, and the safety of the crew. And he has the final say as the flight director when anything unexpected comes up. Ed's call sign is Carbon Flight. You'll find that he's very active on Twitter under that name. Ed has a bachelor's degree in aerospace engineering from the University of Michigan and is a frequent lecturer for many human spaceflight operations classes at Texas A&M. And outside of this, he has more than 8,900 hours on console in mission control, 6,000 of which have been as a flight director. Ed's also co-authored a number of space-related books, including a college textbook. And one more quick fun fact, back in 1981, he was just 13 years old, and Ed went to space camp. And as the 78th flight director for NASA, he's now in the Space Camp Hall of Fame. And in fact, today he's missing out on a bit of a big moment for his family to be here. His daughter's graduating high school and will be attending the U.S. Coast Guard Academy. So clearly service to our country runs in the family. Ed also has a son who is wrapping up his junior year and plans to study music education after high school. And in addition to being a proud father in his role in space, Ed considers himself a kind of the family's shade tree mechanic. He told us he spends a lot of his free time working on cars in the garage, and sometimes some of the appliances that have broken in the house. Yeah, true engineer at heart, not.
That's right, Steve. He's the right man for the role. He's been plugged in with the Starliner teams here and guiding them through every step of the way. He knows the vehicle inside and out. And is fully prepared for this moment coming up for docking. Now, of course, his next major milestone as the flight director in this room is to conduct a go, no-go poll for the terminal phase initiation burn. This is a very important burn. We've been mentioning a couple of the burns throughout Starliner's ride up to the International Space Station. This particular one uses the reaction control thrusters to move from that co-elliptic plane that we've been mentioning, really following the International Space Station's orbit, but just right underneath it. Terminal phase initiation will bring it up closer to the International Space Station until it meets about the point directly right underneath it. Then we'll, of course, go through some inbound fly-arounds to maneuver right in front of the station, but this terminal phase initiation gets us inside the approach ellipsoid. Now, we've already done the go, no-go poll for the joint operations and are currently in joint operations now, but the burn that we're looking at here is number 4. You see that helps us to cross across that line and get to number 5, that inbound fly around that moves us in front of the space station. 2 inbound fly around maneuvers that get us directly in front. It's there where we'll see some of the action with some of the commanded holds and demonstrations, and then of course ultimately a docking in front of the International Space Station. In the room here, there are also Capcoms. Neil Nagata is taking the Capcom station now. He's flanked by NASA's Butch Wilmore, who, of course, is training to eventually fly aboard the Starliner spacecraft. Multiple Starliner veterans here. Butch Wilmore here in the Starliner flight control room. And then, of course, down the hall in the International Space Station flight control room, we've mentioned Sunita Williams sitting right next to the Capcom there. We're now about 10 seconds from the go-no-go for terminal phase initiation. This is where Ed Van Cise will poll the teams here in the Starliner flight control room, and we'll just stand by for the go-no-go.
Rendezvous officer reporting that the Starliner authority to proceed has been enabled for the approach ellipsoid entry. We call it ATP. It's a basically a computer keystroke. It is what it's the command that the rendezvous officer sends up to the spacecraft, and it tells the spacecraft that it's okay to perform the next maneuver and position itself for the next burn that is coming up. As we mentioned, that's going to be the TPI, the terminal phase initiation burn. That's going to be coming up in 3 minutes and 40 seconds.
You talked about
Starliner currently less than 10 kilometers to the International Space Station, moving at a relative speed, closing in on the station at 4.3 meters per second.
Station on 2 for T pre-prec.
Go ahead on 2.
Okay, so in step 2.05, the empty 10.0 CTB pantry only has 5 CTBs, not the 8 that's called out.
Okay, why do we copy that? We're checking.
TPI burn coming up in 1 minute 15 seconds. It's the terminal phase initiation burn.
Now again, we do have that go to proceed with terminal phase initiation and enter the approach ellipsoid. We are about 20 seconds away from the initiation of that burn. Confirmation from the teams here, we are burning. And the burn has stopped. Confirmation to the flight director here, we have a good terminal phase initiation burn. We're heading inside the vicinity of the International Space Station.
And our next major maneuver will be the inbound fly around 1 burn, but that we have some time.
Houston, space to ground 2 for Starliner.
Station.
Starliner has completed the TPI burn. Expect to begin the far field monitoring task shortly. In step 1 of 1.103 CST 100 far field monitoring, expect a start time of 20:42.
20:42 start time, and copy all.
So inbound fly around 1, that next burn that's coming up. Like I said, we have a little bit of time before that starts. That's a little bit more than 45 minutes from now. That does not mean that the crew on the ISS gets a break, or the flight controllers here who are watching the spacecraft carefully. But we heard a little bit from the crew there.
Now, to address the space to grounds, you heard it's Bob Hines on board the International Space Station. Rob Hayhurst is the Capcom in the International Space Station Flight Control Room. It'll be him from the ground that's talking to the crew aboard. The Capcom's here, really just learning the procedures. No one on board Starliner today, but of course the crew has some duties ahead of them. Far field monitoring. You heard coming up here. They'll be using their monitoring tool called the RPOP. It's Rendezvous Proximity Operations Panel. It's a standard panel that the space station astronauts use to monitor any visiting vehicles that are approaching the International Space Station. Starliner, of course, being one of them, but they can monitor the cargo vehicles, the Dragon vehicles, all of the different visiting vehicles that approach the International Space Station. Of course, aside from their far field monitoring task, just making sure that they have the visuals and they have a good connection through the common communications tool that provides a link between the two spacecraft. The system itself is called the C2V2 Common Communications for visiting vehicles. They'll just continue to verify the far field monitoring, and then of course we've mentioned a couple of the demonstrations that we'll perform once the Starliner itself is right in front of the International Space Station. We still have some time until we get to that moment, that inbound fly around burn. That's the next burn that will swing the Starliner in front of the International Space Station. There's 2 inbound fly around maneuvers to help us to do that, but that's not coming up for another about 42 minutes.
And while we wait for the next inbound fly around maneuver, or for the first inbound fly around maneuver. Since we have a little bit of time, let's take a little bit of a closer look at the full docking profile that Starliner is going to fly today. Again, it is flying itself autonomously. It accepts inputs, of course, from the flight control team, but no astronauts on board while the ISS crew watches. And so here's a little bit of what that's going to look like.
And that's a good assessment, Chell. You can close and reopen the app, and it should work.
You're welcome.
So as you saw there with as you saw there, one of the systems that's playing a very important role for Starliner today is called Vesta. That's a vision-based electro-optical sensor and tracking assembly. Of course, that's all a mouthful, so that's why we just call it Vesta. And it is a pretty sophisticated suite of instruments that.
Go ahead for 15, Joe.
Okay, with 16 video is now active. I've got a good frame counter and time counter. I have recalibrated the overlay, and we're good to go.
Great news, perfect. And FYI,
That was Kjell Lindgren on board the International Space Station confirming he's got his monitoring tool aboard the International Space Station. His far-field monitoring task with NASA astronaut Bob Hines starts now. They got their video up and running. They're ready to watch Starliner. Again, we're at a good terminal phase initiation burn, heading towards the next inbound fly-around maneuver that's coming up in more than 30 minutes. And their monitoring tool is looking good. You can see here some of the monitoring views that they'll be getting.
Tally-ho, we have Starliner as seen from the International Space Station. Starliner.
Houston, Space Ground 2 for Starliner. Starliner is approaching eclipse. To monitor, Starliner perform 1.103 CST 100 far field monitoring. You can expect calls from Houston every minute to have you reset the stopwatch until Houston declares that monitoring is complete.
Okay, and station copies all. We're ready to start monitoring with the stopwatch, and we are standing by.
You should expect our call in about 4 minutes.
And Houston station copies.
So this is a view of the Starliner spacecraft approaching the International Space Station. Still a little bit less than 5 kilometers away from the International Space Station. That's why it's showing as a little more than a star against the backdrop of Earth. Starliner flying below and behind the International Space Station slightly as it flies its very precise flight path up to the orbiting laboratory.
Beautiful views, Steve. We're seeing the, like you said, Starliner about 4.5 kilometers away from the International Space Station, which is flying right over the eastern border of Poland right now on a southeastern track. So it's an orbital nighttime over on that side of the globe. You're seeing some, those are thunderstorms in the back, Steve, that we're seeing from the views. These are camera views that we're getting from the outside of the International Space Station. Of course, inside is NASA astronauts Kjell Lindgren and Bob Hines, who confirmed that they have very similar views with their monitoring tools. They'll be performing again some demonstrations later, executing some commanding capabilities to the Starliner spacecraft.
So the International Space Station crew can see Starliner, and Starliner can see the International Space Station using its cameras and instruments aboard. Again, we are working towards a first docking opportunity at 6:10 p.m. Central Time, 7:10 p.m. East Coast Time. So this view of Starliner is going to gradually get bigger and bigger the closer it gets to the space station. Starliner is currently 4.2 kilometers away from the International Space Station, closing in a little bit more than 4 meters per second. And here in the control room, we can see some of the imagery coming from the Starliner cameras, which are themselves looking at the International Space Station, looking at the signature layout of the orbital laboratory with the signature solar arrays and the pressurized modules where the crew lives, where astronauts and international crews have been living in orbit since October of 2000, since November, I should say, of 2000. But this is the first time we have seen Starliner in space operating in its preferred environment.
Station Houston on 2, ISS is in eclipse. Start stopwatch.
Station copies and starting stopwatch.
During OFT-1, Starliner did not get close enough to be seen by the International Space Station, and but this time Starliner is closing in and following its exact course. We are heading into we're still about a little bit less than 23 minutes away from the go/no-go for inbound fly around 1. And the burn itself is coming up in a little bit more than 27 minutes.
So you heard NASA astronaut Kjell Lindgren, who is currently conducting the far field monitoring steps. So again, this task of setting a stopwatch to follow the Starliner spacecraft, it's a safety measure and a check to verify the GPS navigation systems aboard the Starliner spacecraft, part of his far field monitoring task. When we get at the other side of the eclipse, they'll just verify that everything syncs up, and we'll proceed with the nominal timeline.
Station Houston, all looks good. Reset stopwatch.
Resetting stopwatch.
Station Houston, everything looking good. Reset stopwatch.
Station copies, resetting stopwatch.
We were just talking about Vesta, and wanted to offer you a closer look at that system as it steers Starliner through, and as it really finds helps Starliner find its way to the International Space Station.
Everything's looking good. Reset stopwatch.
Vesta is a state-of-the-art and highly complex navigation system designed by Boeing. It's what Starliner will use to autonomously dock with the International Space Station. Vesta stands for Vision-Based Electro-Optical Sensor Tracking Assembly. And here's how it works. The system consists of 2 laser-ranging sensors, 2 wide-field sensors, and 2 narrow-field sensors, all of which work together to guide Starliner slowly and safely to the station. Early in the rendezvous process, the sensors operate in long-range tracking mode, monitoring the International Space Station from afar when it still resembles a bright, star-like spot in the distance. As Starliner gets closer, the sensors pick up more details and are able to see the ISS clearly enough to determine its outline. This phase is known as silhouette mode. Then, in the final phases of docking, the space station is close enough for the Vesta sensors to switch to feature track, where they use exterior features on the docking port of the Harmony module, such as handrails, stickers, and reflectors to assess the capsule's position and attitude. Starliner's Vesta systems are programmed to recognize these features as relative points of navigation, enabling the spacecraft to determine exactly where it is and execute its docking procedures with great precision. Vesta also gives the ground teams a highly accurate understanding of Starliner's location relative to the space station as Starliner autonomously makes its way to the orbital laboratory.
Station Houston, everything.
All right, that was a look at the Vesta package. On the front board here, you can see in the white flight control room, that's the teams here monitoring the Starliner spacecraft.
Resetting stopwatch.
That Vesta view is on the front left there. You see, you can sort of see the outline of the entire International Space Station, and then it's tracking the features itself of the space station, and we'll see it go through several series of different types of optical navigation as we get closer to the International Space Station. In the meantime, Kjell Lindgren is on board the International Space Station, timing some of the GPS, or he's timing the track of the Starliner spacecraft, making sure that it aligns with the GPS coordinates that are being received from the ground. Right now, the 2 spacecraft, the International Space Station and Starliner, are in an orbital nighttime, so they needed to do this during the eclipsed phase, which means the orbital nighttime where the sun is not shining.
Houston, all looking good. Reset stopwatch.
Setting stopwatch.
And they're doing the methodical resetting of the stopwatch to time those GPS coordinates. Steve, all this action is happening in the room right down the hall from us, the International Space Station Flight Control Room.
Yep, right across the hall. That is where Leah Cheshire continues to watch over the ISS flight control team.
That's right, Steve. The International Space Station crew is monitoring Starliner's arrival from inside the space station, as you've heard that communication with the Capcom here in Mission Control Houston and Kjell Lindgren on the space station. Bob Hines is alongside him, helping with some of those steps as well. And while the spacecraft's docking profile is entirely autonomous, there are a few tasks that the crew on the space station will be remotely executing today that will allow Starliner to meet its flight test objectives for the OFT-2 mission. We've already seen one of those happen so far when Kjell Lindgren commanded Starliner's docking lights to come on, showing that they can have space-to-space commanding from the vehicle to another.
We are looking into it. Do not reset stopwatch.
Copy. Not resetting the stopwatch.
If we wanted to switch, any chance we could switch to high? I could switch our side.
Other steps that the teams will be taking today is to execute a hold command at 250 meters. That'll also be sent from the space station. A more hands-on process than the automated docking that you'll see today is known as capture and berthing. Now, this is where crew members use the Canadarm2 to reach out and grapple the spacecraft when it gets closer to the station, and then turn over the controls for ground teams in Mission Control Houston to berth or attach it to the station. If you've ever watched the arrival of a resupply vehicle north of Grumman Cygnus, they use this process. So the crew has ability to command a retreat to Starliner if there are issues and the flight computer doesn't command that retreat on its own. We're testing out those capabilities by, as we mentioned earlier, turning those docking lights on and off and then executing that hold command, showing that we can send specific directions to the vehicle. And this crew's been training for Starliner's arrival while on board the space station. Some ways they do that include the approach and docking operations, emergency procedure review, as well as undocking and departure operations, and of course familiarization with contingencies.
Station, we're at 3 minutes. We have good vehicle time and frame counter on our command panel.
Good to hear, Chill, and you can reset stopwatch at this time. We are getting some data.
Okay, copy. Resetting the stopwatch.
Confirmation here from the ground to the space station that they are receiving data from Starliner to the station again. Speaking of the Capcom, we've mentioned them a couple times today. That stands for Capsule Communicator, but contrary to the name, the Capcom here, Rob Hayhurst is not actually speaking to the Boeing Starliner capsule, but to the crew on the space station instead. And this name originated when we first started flying humans to space, which were all in capsules at that time, but it stuck around, and the Capcom's job is to relay info from the ground to crew members in space, which keeps communication between as few people as possible. Again, he's joined to the right today by NASA astronaut Sunny Williams. She's a Starliner systems expert as well and was able to watch the launch yesterday alongside her fellow astronauts Butch Wilmore and Mike Fink. And standing there in the center of your screen is Flight Director Vincent Lacourt. He's gathering all of the data from teams here in the International Space Station Flight Control Room and keeping tabs on the space station and in close communication with the room right across the hall where we have Gary and Steve, which is the room controlling Boeing Starliner.
Radars have acquired and the far field monitoring activity is complete.
Okay, that's great news. Thank you. Station's discontinuing timing at this time.
Use copies. Thanks for the help.
Good news indeed that the far field monitoring test is complete, and those voices coming from the space station, again, Kjell Lindgren and Bob Hines doing most of the monitoring today ahead of Starliner's arrival. You've got a good look in that center screen here in Mission Control Houston of the view that Starliner has of the International Space Station. That's through the Vesta system as it continues to get closer to the station. And again, as it makes its way to the space station, Starliner will be completing some demonstrations, those demos we keep mentioning. These allow the spacecraft to meet its flight test objectives for Orbital Flight Test 2. The first Starliner completed a checkout of its navigation and orientation control systems. Once in orbit, flight control teams checked the star tracker and looked with Vesta's narrow field cameras to determine that the spacecraft is looking at the correct stars. And now we have that amazing view right in the center screen that's also coming from Vesta. Starliner also performs early critical tests of critical on-orbit capabilities as Demo 2. These are thruster firing and abort sequences, so when the systems perform as expected, it proves they can be used if needed. It was also executed early in the rendezvous process, which was shortly after Starliner reached orbit yesterday. The third demo is for ground controllers to test the Vesta navigation systems that will guide Starliner toward the International Space Station's docking adapter. As we see, that's in work right now and will continue all the way through docking. And the fourth demo is for astronauts on the space station to remotely turn on and off the docking lights, proving that the crew can command the spacecraft if needed, which was also successfully accomplished a little bit closer to the top of our broadcast. That's your check-in for now in the International Space Station Flight Control Room here at Mission Control Center at Johnson Space Center in Houston. We're going to take it back across the hallway to Gary Jordan and Steven Seisloff, who will continue walking us through Starliner's arrival to the International Space Station.
Hey, thanks, Leah. We're following along every step of the way. Good to hear that the far-field monitoring procedure is done, so the teams are tracking the positioning of Starliner and going through the steps to make sure that it is ready to proceed with some of the next steps before going in for a docking. We're still scheduled for an on-time docking today, 6:10 p.m. Central Time. The next milestone coming up here is the go, no-go poll to execute the first inbound fly-around maneuver. There are two of these that'll swing the Starliner itself from right underneath the International Space Station, which currently now is, that's where it's approaching, is right underneath the space station after successfully executing the terminal phase initiation burn. It'll execute that first inbound fly-around maneuver and then a second to swing out in front of the space station to conduct some of those demonstrations Leah was mentioning. Now getting some views, now having good video communications from the station, so you can see some of the docking lights and navigation lights on the Starliner itself, the starboard and port lights shining right there in the distance. The International Space Station right now is currently over the Indian Ocean, west off the coast of Singapore.
And you heard some of the communications there between the space station and ISS mission control here in Houston. Flight controllers looking at that comm situation, but we do have data coming back from the spacecraft. And telemetry coming back shows that Starliner is a little bit more than 1.1 kilometers.
Watch and Russian laptop are ready for CST 100 arrival.
Houston copies. Thanks.
What you're seeing here is a view from the Vesta system as the Starliner itself gets closer to the space station right now, just about a kilometer away. Some of the features, including the radiators and solar arrays, come a little bit more clearly. The outline itself is following the truss and the pressurized modules of the International Space Station itself. creating that T shape that you see there. You can see that we're also pretty close to underneath the International Space Station. We're expecting to actually enter the approach ellipsoid, which we've been getting slightly closer to since that terminal phase initiation burn, which happened about a half hour ago. So we're close to underneath the station, but we'll expect to actually start that inbound fly run.
LiDAR is one good IR sensor, and just for your awareness, our data on all our displays remained constant and seemed to be valid the entire time while you were experiencing that comm loss.
And that is what we were expecting. Good to get your confirmation on that.
And that's good news reported from Bob Hines, who continues to monitor the approach of Starliner to the International Space Station. They mentioned a loss of communication between the two spacecraft that they were tracking. We are getting data back, but Bob Hines reporting that he had continuous data throughout his monitoring procedures, and this verification is good news.
And we are about 12 seconds away from Starliner entering the approach ellipsoid, that imaginary boundary around the International Space Station. Starliner crossing about 1 kilometer from the International Space Station. And as you heard there, as Gary was just noting, that the International Space Station crew could keep a constant data link with the Starliner spacecraft. We do have data coming down. And Rendezvous reports that we are inside the AE. That's quoting the Rendezvous officer, of course, speaking about the Starliner spacecraft.
Station Houston on 2, Starliner is inside the approach ellipsoid.
Station copies inside the approach ellipsoid.
Starliner continuing to follow its precise path, moving ever closer to the International Space Station. The first contact time opportunity today is 6:10 p.m. Central Time, a little bit more than 2 hours from now. I will point out also that there's a lot of flexibility built into that timeline. Starliner had an instantaneous launch window yesterday, but when it comes to rendezvous and docking, although the procedures are precise, the team does give itself quite a bit of options. And of course, when you're moving a spacecraft around a million-pound orbiting laboratory, a lot of care to be taken in those kinds of situations. Right now, Starliner moving in just as it's supposed to. Currently inside the approach ellipsoid, we are coming up on the inbound fly around burn. That's the next major maneuver, and that's coming up in about 7 minutes.
The International Space Station teams conducted a go, no-go poll to ensure that teams are ready for the Starliner teams in particular to proceed with executing that inbound fly-around maneuver, and they did poll green, so they are go for that inbound fly-around maneuver. The Starliner teams will now go through their steps to prepare for that maneuver, including conducting their own go, no-go poll to execute the inbound fly-around maneuver coming up in about 6.5 minutes.
Station Houston on 2 for no 2 hatch closures.
And go for station.
Yeah, you are go for the No. 2 hatch closures. Be advised that there's no ventilation into Columbus or Jim in case you needed to get something real quick before the hatches go closed.
Okay, copy that. We'll put that in work now.
And rendezvous officer reports that he has sent up the command to Starliner, the authority to proceed to keep out sphere entry. That's important because it keeps Starliner on pace for that inbound fly around 1 burn that's coming up. Starliner is currently 704 meters from the International Space Station, maneuvering inside the approach ellipsoid. Of course, relative to the International Space Station, Starliner's speed has slowed down quite a bit, moving now less than a meter a second, and that's as prescribed, so that Starliner stays on its path and continues to carry the momentum in a very controlled manner as today's rendezvous and docking continues. Again, docking time we're looking at for the first opportunity at 6:10 p.m. Central Time, 7:10 p.m. Eastern. And we are 3.5 minutes away from the inbound fly around burn, the first one.
As part of the procedures to get us ready for this inbound fly around, the International Space Station teams conducted a go, no-go poll for the authority to proceed past the keep-out sphere. This is after what's called the approach corridor initiation, after some of these demonstrations, including the commanded hold from the International Space Station. This approach corridor initiation is a major burn to get us from the approach inside the approach ellipsoid to inside the keep-out sphere. So the International Space Station teams are reporting that they're comfortable proceeding with the next couple of burns. So that includes the upcoming inbound fly-around burn. There's 2 of them, as well as the approach corridor initiation burn. We'll see a couple of demonstrations in the meantime in that period, including the commanded hold and the automatic retreat. We'll address those as we get past some of these inbound fly-around maneuvers.
And getting ever clearer views of Starliner as it approaches. We see the lights on the vehicle. We're also seeing the outline no longer and seeing the conical shape of Starliner as it approaches. Starliner is currently 609 meters away from the International Space Station, moving at a relative speed of about 1/3 of a meter per second. Starliner maneuvering inside the approach ellipsoid, going through its carefully choreographed, carefully planned maneuvers, getting a little bit of sunlight now coming up, reflecting, giving that unique color to the Starliner spacecraft as it moves in.
It's looking good, Steve. That sunrise coming up as the station and Starliner, as you mentioned, which is now less than 600 meters away, are over the western border of Australia. They're coming up in an orbital sunrise as they cross over into the Pacific Ocean. We're now about 15 seconds from the first inbound fly-around maneuver. We may see some of the thruster firings, but it might be a little bit overexposed. We'll see. But targeting looks good. Now about 5 seconds from the ignition time of that burn.
Prop reports burning. Inbound fly-around 1 maneuver taking place. Rendezvous reports good burn. That went just as it was supposed to. Produced great video too.
That was spectacular. Yeah, we got to see the RCS thrusters that enable that burn. We got to see them firing just in the right amount of sun and the right amount of exposure of the cameras themselves to give us those spectacular views. But so far, the Rendezvous is purporting a good burn and a good trajectory so far. We'll continue to monitor as the first inbound fly-around maneuver. There's another one coming up here in about 20 minutes.
Those jets that were just firing there, those are the reaction control system jets. The Starliner being close enough to the International Space Station now, it's making very small maneuvers. So that's why you saw the kind of that exhaust, those plumes coming from around the perimeter of the spacecraft. And we continue to see the spacecraft make its own adjustments. It is flying autonomously, no crew on board. But the crew that is on board the International Space Station will be treated to quite the view as this continues on. Reminder that Starliner is on pace for a first docking opportunity at 6:10 p.m. Central Time, 7:10 p.m. Eastern. Rendezvous reports we're in good shape as far as the sensor readings and the information coming down from the spacecraft. That movement is, of course, because having kicked off that inbound fly-around maneuver, the spacecraft is, while pointing its nose, pointing its sensors at the space station, the spacecraft is maneuvering up.
No 2 hatches are closed.
Copy, no 2 hatches closed.
As the Starliner flies just about 230 meters away from the station. Again, we just got past that first inbound fly-around maneuver. The voice you heard from the International Space Station, NASA astronaut Bob Hines confirming that the Node 2 forward hatch is closed. They opened it just to circulate some air in between the pressurized mating adapter and get some things situated. They'll open it up once again, probably not tonight, as their monitoring procedures take them through really late into the night Greenwich Mean Time. They will not open up the hatches to the Starliner once it docks until tomorrow morning, but they did get some of the activities situated in the pressurized mating adapter. So we'll see that hatch open again tomorrow and formally welcome Starliner to the station. Of course, many milestones to get to until we get to that moment. We're about 16 minutes from the second inbound fly-around maneuver.
For Jessica.
Rendezvous officer reports, of course, we can see Starliner very good here from ISS, and Rendezvous officer reports that Starliner sensors are picking up ever greater detail in the space station itself as Starliner looks on and makes its flight up into the eventual docking position.
Okay, I copy 4.0 CTB 5069 and PMM, and say again the location.
Yeah, that's PMM port 1.
Okay, copy PMM port 1.
And also, when you do the loading for item number 6.02, you can just anticipate 2 of 3 10.0 CTBs instead of 3 of 3.
Okay, copy 2 in step 6.02. I have a couple other questions for you if you've got time.
Go ahead.
Okay, in steps 4.04 and 5.04 and 6.04.
Let me get one CST call up, Jessica. Break for Chell, C2V2 data rate change in progress. Expect COM dropout in 5 minutes. 4 or 5 minutes.
Okay, and station copies.
All right, sorry about that, Jessica. Please continue.
Great, yeah, in steps 4.04, 5.04, and 6.04 mentions filling the CTBs with soft goods. Is there any any particular restrictions on what those soft goods are? Are these for return, presumably?
Checking. Station Houston on 24 Chell, you are go to perform step 2 in 1.102.
The step 2. Okay, and Houston, we have CST 100 in sight.
Copy, tally ho.
Tally ho from the ISS crew. ISS astronauts can see Starliner directly. We are getting great images from the camera, of course.
Yeah, these look great, Steve. The International Space Station and Starliner are about to cross that terminator line. We're seeing some of the clouds there in the background as we pass over the Tasman Sea. We're just south of Tasmania. We're about to cross over the southern Pacific Ocean.
And Starliner currently 510 meters away from the International Space Station. Relative speed continue to slow. Of course, Starliner moving very deliberately. About 8 minutes ago, it performed the inbound fly-around maneuver 1, and we have a second inbound fly-around coming up in 11 minutes and 45 seconds. Some of the views on the big board here at Starliner Mission Control. On the right, the images from the International Space Station. Those are the cameras that have been giving us such wonderful views of Starliner as it moves in towards the station. And over on the left side, that's the imagery coming from the Starliner itself. That's from the Vesta cameras that are on the nose of the vehicle. All of this working towards a docking opportunity about 1 hour and 51 minutes from now at 6:10 p.m. Central Time, 7:10 p.m. Eastern Time. And on the center screen there is some of the graphic representation of the telemetry coming down from the vehicle, coming down from the Starliner as it moves into position around the International Space Station. Starliner is heading towards a docking, a connection with the forward port of the Harmony module that's in line with the velocity vector, or the V-bar. of the International Space Station.
And we heard reports on the journey to the second inbound fly-around maneuver. That's coming up in about 9 minutes. The teams conducted a quick maintenance burn in between IF-1 and IF-2, maintaining that course and getting us on the right trajectory for IF-2. Teams report a good maintenance burn, and again, we're trending towards a second inbound fly-around maneuver coming up in about 9 minutes.
As we look a little bit ahead, we see Starliner making its maneuver around the International Space Station, and there's going to be a number of demonstrations coming up. Starliner's been moving pretty smoothly through its described course, but once it lines up with that forward port and starts to move in, it'll make a few planned holds, 250 meters. Then it'll move to inside the 200-meter point, and then one of the demonstrations is actually that it retreat, that it shows that it can safely back away from the International Space Station. So after getting to that 180 point, it'll back out to 200. Then it'll move in again and have a couple of additional holds. All of these are just as expected. It's, with the spacecraft flying without any people on board, and it is flying autonomously just as it's supposed to do. But just want to demonstrate some of the systems on this orbital flight test.
You're getting a lot of telemetry here on some of the views you're seeing. The solid line in the bottom left is the Starliner itself. Of course, we're coming up on the inbound fly-around maneuver. I did want to address the top right, though. That sphere that you're seeing, it's almost like a protective shield from the telemetry.
Starliner, we saw that brief comm dropout. We've got good comm now.
Houston copies.
And that was Kjell Lindgren aboard the International Space Station, confirming they have a good link between the station itself and Starliner. They're continuing to monitor Starliner's approach. He, Kjell Lindgren, as well as Bob Hines. That sphere, though, going back to the sort of force field shield that's around the International Space Station in that graphic, that's the keep-out sphere. We'll see some of the demos that Steve was talking about, including the commanded hold outside of the keep-out sphere, but one of the major demos that we'll be performing during the OFT2 flight test is the Starliner itself will proceed towards that sphere, and it will not be given the authority to proceed past that sphere to test the vehicle's capability of an automatic retreat outside of the sphere. And we'll see that demonstration coming up shortly. Of course, a couple milestones to get through until we get there. We're less than 5 minutes away from the second inbound fly-around maneuver. After the second inbound fly-around maneuver, the next burn will be that burn that the International Space Station teams have already given their go for, which is approach corridor initiation. That gets us inside the keep-out sphere. That's the green area. And then, of course, in the mouth of Miss Pac-Man that you see there, that's the approach corridor that points towards the forward docking port of the International Space Station. We're not going to go straight in. Part of the demonstration is to get into the keep-out sphere and then perform an automatic retreat, so we'll back out before proceeding back in with the green light to do so. But that's the approach corridor that we'll be aiming towards for docking later tonight. Still on track for that 6:10 p.m. Central Time docking.
Rendezvous reports good targeting for the IF-2 burn, for the inbound fly-around 2 burn coming up. That burn coming up in 1 minute and 30 seconds. 90 seconds from now, Starliner remains on course for a docking at 6:10 p.m. Central Time, 7:10 p.m. Eastern Time. Starliner currently 22 hours, 35 minutes, and 11 seconds into its orbital flight test 2 mission to the International Space Station. 508 meters away from the International Space Station. That distance, because the Starliner is flying kind of around to reposition itself in front of the space station, that's why that distance is staying pretty constant, even though the spacecraft itself is moving along. And good IF-2 burn, very short burn, prop and rendezvous. Officers advising Flight Director Ed Van Cise that the burn was executed just as planned. So that puts us on pace for the next maneuver, which will be the ACI TIG. Sorry to give you all so many acronyms today, but that's the way this space flight is. So ACI is Approach Corridor Initiation Burn. It is going to take place in 14 minutes and 18 seconds. Starliner now inside 500 meters to the International Space Station. 478 to be precise, 478 meters, at a speed relative to the space station of 0.18 meters per second. Next burn coming up is going to be the Approach Corridor Initiation Burn, ACI. And that burn will come up in 11 minutes and 25 seconds.
Now we're getting views from the International Space Station in the distance. You can sort of see the Starliner maintaining a distance of about 500 meters away as it made its way through these past couple of inbound fly-around maneuvers. We did get confirmation there was a maintenance burn, standard course correction just to make sure it's on the right path. So that's two inbound fly-around maneuvers as well as a maintenance burn in between each of them. Flight controllers will continue to analyze, making sure that we're good for that approach corridor initiation burn. That gets us closer to the International Space Station. Once we do that, the approach corridor initiation, that's where we're going to see some of the more visual demos that we've been discussing. We talked about some of the space-to-space commanding, and we referenced some of the far field demonstrations, including the abort burn tests and the attitude control holding tests. These will be a commanded hold from the International Space Station, will be the first test, and then an automatic retreat once we get to a very specific distance from the International Space Station, which is about 180 meters, and that's about the distance of that keep out sphere that we've been mentioning. So we'll see some of those next, but in the meantime we're in a good direction heading towards the approach corridor initiation burn.
And as we close in on the time frame that Starliner is heading towards the International Space Station, we're looking at a docking time of 6:10 p.m. Central Time. And good time to ask folks if you have a question of us here at Starliner Mission Control or over at the ISS Mission Control. Just ask on social media, use the hashtag AskNASA, and we'll look through the questions and answer what we can. We are 6 minutes and 10 seconds from the next maneuver by the Boeing Starliner spacecraft. That's going to be the ACI, the Approach Corridor Initiation Burn. Starliner currently just about 400 meters from the International Space Station, continuing to line up with that forward port of the Harmony module.
Now, as we wait for that approach corridor initiation burn, let's...
For Starliner monitoring.
Go ahead for Starliner monitoring.
Rob, just wanted to give you a heads up. As we work through the rest of 1.102, Farmer will be on the comm for the remainder.
All right, Bob has a comm.
Takes two to tango. Kjell Lindgren and Bob Hines currently working the monitoring procedures for the Boeing Starliner. They will be performing a series of demos, including a commanded hold coming up. It'll be Kjell Lindgren at the helm, actually taking the, actually sending the command. Bob Hines will be assisting, and he'll have the communications, so we'll be hearing his voice communicating to the teams here on the ground, including the International Space Station Capcom. Rob Hayhurst will be the voice from here in the ground, communicating to Bob Hines, who again is working with Kjell Lindgren. About 4.5 minutes to the approach corridor initiation. We're taking hashtag Ask NASA questions. If you have any questions about some of what's happening today, please send those along. The first one comes from Alejandro, who's asking about the crew sleep schedule. Do we know when the crew is scheduled to go to sleep today? Well, they're shifting today. There are 7 members of Expedition 67. The Roscosmos cosmonauts are currently in a pre-sleep period, though they will be around to help with some of the final docking procedures coming up here in the next couple of hours. The rest of the USOS side, which includes the NASA astronauts, Kjell Lindgren, Bob Hines, and Jessica Watkins, as well as the ESA, or European Space Agency astronaut, Samantha Cristoforetti, will be in a delayed sleep period. So they'll have a late night as they work through the docking operations. The docking is currently scheduled for 6:10 p.m. Central Time, but that's right after 11 o'clock at night, if you're thinking GMT, 2300 GMT, so it's a late night. They will not open up the hatches later tonight. They'll save that for tomorrow. There's no rush. There's no crew inside, so we'll get through some of those procedures tomorrow. Keep sending your questions using the hashtag AskNASA as we take you through some of these next major milestones for OFT2.
And we can see from this camera on the International Space Station that Starliner continues its methodical flight towards the forward port of the Harmony module of the International Space Station. Starliner's telemetry currently showing a distance of 350 meters from the orbiting laboratory, closing in at a rate of less than 1 meter per second, about 0.2 meters per second. And we are 2 minutes from the ACI burn, from the approach corridor initiation burn. That's the next maneuver by Starliner. Rendezvous, in fact, just reported good targeting for the vehicle. That means that Starliner knows where it's going and knows where it is. Both very important things to do when you're executing this kind of a scenario. So.
About 90 seconds to the approach corridor initiation. In the shot, you can see the International Space Station, as well as the Crew Dragon that brought us 4 of the crew members aboard the International Space Station today, including Lindgren and Hines, who are monitoring Starliner's approach. We're looking forward to having 2 commercial crew vehicles docked to the International Space Station. We have passed inbound fly around 2, or aiming for that number 7, that corridor approach. That's coming up in less than a minute now. That will lead us to those next major milestones, the 250-meter hold and the 200-meter hold, which are specifically demonstrations for this flight to test Starliner's capabilities as it makes its way towards the International Space Station. We're standing by 30 seconds until approach corridor initiation. Again, the teams are go to proceed into the keep out sphere. We do have that authority to proceed enabled on Starliner. 25 seconds.
Call. 10 seconds to the burn, 10 seconds to the approach corridor initiation. Prop reports, burn is proceeding. And cutoff. Rendezvous reports good corridor acquisition. That means that Starliner is headed where it needs to be headed, which is to the forward port of the International Space Station.
Station Houston on 2. ACI burn was nominal. Starliner has begun forced translation on the docking axis. Prepare for the hold command demo per 1.102 step 3 when Starliner reaches 255 meters.
Station copies good ACI burn and preparing for step 3, 1.102 at 255 meters.
Good read.
All right, you heard that. The command hold is coming up. We're about 270 meters, so the hold's coming up very shortly. For that command hold, we're going to take you over to the International Space Station Flight Control Room. Leah Cheshire standing by to take us through the command hold from the International Space Station. Leah.
Thanks, Gary. And again, as you mentioned, this hold is being commanded from the International Space Station. This is not a hold that is being commanded here on the ground. This will be sent from NASA astronaut Kjell Lindgren. He is aboard the International Space Station, arrived on the Crew 4 vehicle, as you mentioned earlier. And this is known as Demo 5. So when we reach that 250-meter point, which we should be coming up on very shortly, away from the International Space Station, Starliner will demonstrate its ability to receive that hold command from the crew on the space station. So this allows us to send a command from space to space. It's similar to what we saw earlier when they turned on and off the docking lights. This is required to be completed for us to get the green light for Starliner to enter the keep out sphere. It's a 200-meter invisible line around the station. It helps the flight teams monitor the coming and going of visiting vehicles, and that's all visiting vehicles, whether they have crew or without.
And Houston Station, hold command is sent.
Copy, confirming.
Lindgren and Hines.
Reversal.
Station Houston, hold confirmed. We'll pause here for about 5 minutes to perform demo objectives, and we will call you prior to resuming the approach.
And station copies, standing by.
It's great news from the team aboard the International Space Station, Lindgren and Hines, confirming that the hold command sent to Starliner is successful. Ground teams commanding, they see that as well. International Space Station and Starliner are about 250 meters away from one another, and Starliner will remain in that position for another 5 minutes while the teams continue to do checkouts. And the International Space Station and Starliner now flying about 261 miles southwest of Costa Rica and Nicaragua, about to fly over those countries. Still in this 250-meter hold away from the space station. Again, this command was sent from the space station itself, not from the ground, and it was not an automated command on Starliner.
Current range 251 meters. Good LEDs on the panel.
Houston copies and concurs, and we're just looking at demo data right now.
station, copy.
Station confirms that the hold is steady, as well as the team on the ground concurs, and they still remain in that approximately 5-minute hold while they look at the data from the demo. Meanwhile, teams here in the International Space Station are discussing the resuming from this hold. This view shows Starliner getting lined up with the Harmony forward port where it will dock in about an hour, just a little over an hour from now.
Then on to for Farmer. Farmer, Houston CST will be commanding Starliner at 21:54 to resume the approach. Starliner will automatically retreat at 182 meters and hold at 200 meters. You can monitor the retreat per step 4 in 1.102.
After that, we'll resume at 2154, auto retreat per step 4. We'll monitor at 182 meters and retreat to 200.
Good read.
And a confirmation coming from the ground to the crew that the hold has been successful and the data's looking good. That is known as Demo 5, that hold at 250 meters.
Test 1, 2, test 1, 2.
The next command for Starliner to resume its approach will come from the ground team rather than from the space station to the vehicle. And as we were just looking earlier and discussing this view from the space station of both Crew Dragon as well as Starliner, this will be the first time that we have both commercial crew providers' vehicles docked to the International Space Station.
All right, hello, hello. We are going to interrupt here for a moment and start our official commentary for the stream today. My name is Andrew. This is Solid Rocket Future, covering the most exciting parts of human spaceflight and rocketry. Today we're covering the Starliner OFT-2 arrival at the ISS. Today everything has looked pretty good over the last couple hours, and we're about 30-something minutes away from the estimated time that the Starliner was going to dock to the ISS. There's a hold going on right now as well. We'll listen in on that. But joining us again is our good friend Andrew. Andrew, thanks for joining us today. And yes, I was muted on the Zoom side, but Andrew, welcome. So let's make sure that we get all of our audio situated here.
Right now we're relying on the automatic software and the teams here on the ground.
So many things to listen
to get us through
Very good.
the docking. Right now we're still Scheduled for on-time docking
yeah.
tonight, 6:10
right now
p.m.
we
Central
are
Time.
still scheduled for 6:10
Farmer. We
Central
are going to
Time.
be expecting a little bit of Radicom, so if you don't
we're
hear
gonna
from us
listen in here in just a couple
when you
minutes
see
about
Starliner retreating,
what's
just
going
keep
on with that
monitoring.
hold. And then I think we want to show a quick video of the recap of yesterday's
copy.
launch. It was a beautiful looking launch.
Yes.
But let's just listen in to what's going on here.
Ground teams anticipating
and we will,
bad connection with communications
be back
from the
shortly with
ground
commentary. I just wanna
just
adjust
about the
one
time that
thing,
they're anticipating
but just listening
that
to
the Starliner itself will be
NASA
crossing
teams from now.
into the
Wait.
keep out sphere. It's making a good pace right now at about 0.3 meters per second to get to that what the ISS Capcom identified as the 182 meter marker is when the Starliner is anticipated to make that automatic retreat. Right now the Starliner is out 205 meters.
Rendezvous officer reporting to flight director that the spacecraft is flying its
I think we're good now.
trajectory just as it's supposed to.
Okay.
So let's see, what is NASA saying? What are we doing about this hold?
I was trying to catch how far away they were.
So we'll continue to see this
I
picture
they were
come
at the 50
into
meter mark.
here as
Yeah, they were just at 250 meters not long ago, so they're probably just shy of that now when the hold was called.
orbital flight test 2.
I haven't heard if they'd gotten past the retreat demonstration yet.
As it approaches the International Space Station.
I don't think they have got past that yet.
This is the.
They were saying just a couple minutes ago that they're going to enter into that protection oval, and then as part of this test, they're going to retreat out of that, and then when they get the approval, they'll go back in. And I think before that started, they had the hold called.
The International Space Station.
Yeah, this is all very important. I mean, Dragon went through the same types of tests. They have to prove that the vehicle is capable of doing all the things that are required for safe approach and docking.
Exactly.
That includes stopping and getting out. And a lot of times they worry about the thrusters impinging on the space station. That was a big thing with the shuttle, getting something that big next to the International Space Station and all the thrusters firing. So they had to come up with a way of firing the thrusters in a certain way to not blow the exhaust on the station, especially the solar panels. So that was quite a ballet that they had to do for this station. These capsules are smaller, of course, but they still require the same amount of delicate maneuvering.
Yep. Yeah, of course. And at some point, we'll quickly debrief on some of the issues that the Starliner saw over the last 24 hours or so. As of right now, everything looks good, and they're proceeding with the test. But I'm sure they just want to be extra cautious, just because this wasn't a completely nominal approach. There was a couple issues that they had to work. So I think they're taking all the right precautionary steps and going slowly and safely.
I hadn't heard whether they recovered those those two lost thrusters. Had you heard anything about that?
I haven't heard the details yet, but I'm sure we can find out.
Yeah, they were very adamant about it in the press briefing last night that they were going to attempt to recover those two lost thrusters, which for redundancy reasons, you want to have those. But apparently they had some additional operational modes where they could lose all three of those thrusters and still be within margins.
Right.
Some of this telemetry on the board. On the left screen there is the Vesta system, the optical system on board the Starliner.
I think I just heard they're at the 180 meter mark, but I'm not sure.
180.
Trying to listen in the other ear.
Getting some good telemetry in the middle screen there. Sort of the mesh sphere that's surrounding the outline of the International Space Station in the middle board.
They have an interesting graphic there, a computer graphic that'll come up with the space station and the Starliner, and you're like a third-party viewer. But it appears to be they have the sphere built around it, and it gives you a little more depth of field.
Yeah, absolutely. They have some really, really good looking computer displays of the data that they're getting back, which is really cool.
Good reports from the International Space Station. That was Bob Hines, goes by the call sign Farmer, confirming that from the International Space Station.
Yeah, they're holding at 200 meters now.
As well as
200
teams on the ground.
Station Houston Starliner is holding at 200. Perform monitoring per step 5 and 1.102.
Very good.
And station copies go for monitoring step 5, 1.102.
So yeah, I think I got everything straightened away here. So yeah, I guess it was shortly after launch last night we heard that there was a couple issues with a couple of the thrusters on Starliner. So I think everybody was a little bit concerned about that. Though it sounds like they worked through some of those issues, and of course, as we talk about with these types of missions, there's a lot of redundancy on board, especially with all the critical systems. So that didn't keep them from getting to a safe and proper orbit, which was very good. And everybody felt that, the place that they are now, it was safe enough to continue forward with the mission, which is a really great step. From what I understand, kind of NASA and Boeing are both very happy with how everything's going today, and those issues that they might have ran into it is the reason why we do these test flights. So I'm going to look a little bit more into on the side here about some of those issues to see if we can get any more detail from Boeing. But good to know that, even though there were some issues that were had, that they feel confident moving forward.
Yeah. I mean, this is not something, they're not making a lot of the stuff. They're not making any of this stuff as they go. They rehearse everything with the NASA and all the commercial space programs is plan, practice, and then initiate.
Right. Lots of training, lots of simulation, and lots of trying to think about all the different scenarios that could go wrong and how to eliminate those.
Yeah, there are people that work at NASA, the sim soups and so forth, people who spend their days just trying to figure out what could go wrong, and that's a good job to have. You want to have people try to figure out what could go wrong,
right?
So that you can plan for it.
And as you stated a couple seconds ago about them holding at 200 meters, Boeing just tweeted out 2 minutes ago that after coming within 180 meters of the space station, Starliner performed an automatic retreat to 200 meters. The capsule has shown its ability to back away from the station in a controlled and timely manner and hold at an expected location. So that was all as expected.
Yep.
Very good.
Oh, I got to put this away.
Let's see. Do we have... It looks like we probably have a moment to kind of recap on yesterday's launch if you want.
Sure.
All right, just give me a couple moments here.
For
we'll listen in as I set that up.
Assistance with 17.
Okay, go ahead, send it.
Yeah, looking at the overlay down here, we think that we might need a calibration. We would like for you to turn on the calibration per step 3.3.2 in the setup procedure 1.401.
Okay, copy that. We have the calibration overlay up at this time. I don't have light mode on structure to be able to calibrate.
All right, it sounds like they're working on some calibration things right now, and we will do a quick recap of yesterday's launch.
Okay, Joe, I understand. If you could just leave it as is, we think we have what we need, but we're checking.
Okay, copy.
It was a beautiful launch yesterday of the Atlas V rocket, 2 solid rocket boosters attached. Let's transition to that screen. Get some audio here.
Atlas V rocket on the launch pad at Space Launch Complex 41, where we are less than an hour away from the launch of Boeing Starliner to the International Space Station.
And earlier today, another important pre-launch milestone was completed. Boeing's ground crews inside the White Room closed the hatch to the Starliner. Although there's no crew flying on this second test flight, the Boeing closeout crew is working.
We might be dealing with some...
So Dylan, why don't you give us an update on how things are going with the rocket?
Well,
so some of these video softwares have some anti-piracy software, and if you try to do a screen cap of it, it just shows a black screen, which looks like it might be what's happening here. So let's
NASA feed
back. Yesterday's stream went so smooth, and now we have all these technical bugs. But that's all right.
That's how it always is.
we're trying some new things with the stream, so this is gonna happen for sure. But we got some montage from NASA about some of the stuff that they're bringing up to ISS. It looks like some flags from some universities, some coins, and some other goodies as well.
Yep.
And some mission patches, all packed very carefully and weighed out and loaded into the spacecraft just as it needs to be to keep the weight where it needs to be, keep the balance perfect. You can see some of that packing activity going on here. That is there in Florida at the Commercial Crew and Cargo Processing Facility, the C3PF. And once some of the cargo is taken off by the ISS crew, the astronauts there are also going to load some used equipment into Starliner. Starliner is going to bring that home. That's going to include 3 NORS tanks, NORS, N-O-R-S. That's the nitrogen oxygen replenishment system. That's the basically the source of air on the International Space Station for the crew. You know, whenever a spacecraft arrives, you want to make sure to put it to good use, and Starliner will be coming back. Starliner will be coming back and landing in the American Southwest. Of course, that's quite a few days away, and at this
so over the course of the next 37 minutes,
carefully following as Starliner
so,
moves in towards the International
actually,
Space Station.
Everything is screwed up today, even my countdown timer. How far are we out from docking? We're about an hour, right?
Yeah.
Gotcha. So in about over the course of the next hour, what we see here on the right-hand side is that CST-100 Starliner slowly approaching the ISS. So we're viewing a camera from the ISS right now, and that will continue to look bigger and bigger as it gets closer. And you know, it moves real nice and slow as it approaches ISS. Granted, it's going 17,500 miles per hour around our planet, but relative to the ISS, it's going nice and slow. So it'll take a little bit of time.
It's all about relative velocities.
Yep.
Interestingly, have you seen any live camera views from Starliner looking back at the space station yet?
I think there was one.
Okay.
I know one thing I do want to show is an awesome video of the thrusters from Starliner being fired earlier. So I'll
cool.
get that ready as well.
Unique mission
mission
logo
here.
For this NASA and Boeing Orbital Flight Test 2 mission, and you of course can see the rosy patch, and she is outfitted with the signature scarf for Rosie. Of course, Rosie the...
Oh, by the way, we're talking about zero-G indicators. I was watching some of the footage from, they were replaying yesterday about the OFT-1. It was a Snoopy. Which is appropriate, completely appropriate.
Yep.
But I have yet to see the one for this mission. I wonder if they just didn't fly Snoopy again.
Maybe. Yeah, I haven't seen any details about that yet. I'd be surprised if they don't post something about that. And here's that video from the fly-around maneuver. Awesome video of the RCS thrusters firing.
Thanks, Steve. Keep sending in your questions using the hashtag AskNASA. We'll continue to clarify more about this mission as we continue our coverage to head towards docking. Right now, the Starliner spacecraft itself is holding at 200
our
meters.
cams to the other side of the screen so we can see the Starliner.
This is after one of the demonstrations of the Starliner spacecraft to automatically retreat from the 182-meter keep-out sphere That performed successfully. They're just continuing to hold before
That's impressive.
sending the
Starliner
in once again past the
I saw somebody tweet out that it looks like the thruster animations from Kerbal, and it really does.
Yeah.
It's funny.
We're going to hold here for about
Except in this case, it doesn't tear itself apart and wobble all over the place.
Exactly. Okay, so let's see what other updates we have from Boeing today so far. So, when about 22 minutes ago, when they were at that 250-meter mark, they did the demonstration of the spacecraft being able to receive a hold command from the crew on board ISS. So not necessarily a hold command from mission control, but somebody from the ISS crew on the ISS actually issued a hold. So that was a good test there.
Station Houston, Space Ground 2 for Starliner status.
Starliner status report coming in.
Go for station.
Hey, Farmer, we have been losing a little bit of comm on one of the antennas on Starliner. We will need to use this antenna again at 2215. If it does not come up, we expect to have a 7-minute LOS until we come up on the next antenna. So it just may delay the time to when we would resume the approach. We expect that we can make up that short amount of time by decreasing the 90-meter hold time.
Interesting.
Okay,
so it sounds like
copies all.
Maybe they're.
And I didn't say it before.
2215, we'll expect a 7-minute.
They were talking about an
LOS,
antenna, having antenna
copy
issues
all and make up the
depending
time
on
with
the
90-meter
position.
90-meter hold.
They've got multiple antennas on the Starliner, and they like to have redundant comms, so they'll have two different paths.
Yeah.
But due to their positioning, sometimes they don't get what they want. So instead of, or there's enough leeway in the docking schedule. They can just stop and wait. And I think I heard them say they had a 7-minute LOS where they could just hold right there until they got in the proper position.
Yeah, I was wondering, are they talking about an antenna on board or like a ground-based antenna? Because I found it interesting how they stated that if they don't get that data from that antenna, then they can wait until they acquire the next antenna. So I don't know if that's ground-based or...
I'm guessing, yeah, it may be ground-based because right there, they can see the station, the station and Starliner relative to each other are not much motion, and they're going to be much on a straight line, so it'd have to be a ground issue thing.
That makes sense.
Yeah.
Yeah, so we'll see what they say about that, but it sounds like that not a huge concern at the moment, just something that they have to plan for, and it could cause a delay, it sounds like, but we will see.
Yeah, it's interesting in contrast to most modern science fiction and how quickly space vehicles dock with each other versus the real way it's done, which you lose your patience sometimes. You're like, well, hurry up. But that's how you keep it safe. That's how you keep it regular too.
Exactly. You get the launch, which is a very fast and active situation, but then as soon as you kind of kick off the second stage boosters and things slow down a bit, though obviously the spacecraft would bring itself up to the right altitude and everything as well and catch up to the ISS, and that is a bit quicker, but yeah, things slow down real fast when you get close to whatever you're going to dock with.
Yes, the international partners are very protective of the space station, and they should be. It's a lot of money and a lot of work that went into that station. And people start talking, I'm wondering why they're talking about getting rid of it. Well, right now it's 22 years old. It's almost 23 years old, to be totally honest. And that's really old for a space vehicle. We don't,
Absolutely.
So when thinking about putting it, deorbiting it when it's 30, that's actually pretty long. I mean, the shuttles, they operated almost 30 years, so that's a pretty good lifetime for a vehicle like that. And
yeah,
plus also with new technologies, new lighter materials, and commercial applications coming in, it makes sense to upgrade to the next level. Plus, then NASA doesn't have to spend all that money to keep the space station going. Somebody else does. They could just buy rides up and track space.
Yeah, and while the ISS is, is still deemed very safe, and they're not putting anybody at risk at having people in there, it is showing its sign of age. They're having to replace some parts, more frequently, and they've replaced some solar panels over the last couple of years.
They're augmenting.
And it's just like it's kind of like an older car. The maintenance cost is going up a little bit. So, I think as good as the ISS has been to us and all of the important data that we've learned on the ISS, I definitely think that, in my opinion, that 2030 timeline is probably a good one. I don't think I'd personally want to see it get extended too much longer, as long as we have some commercial replacements up on orbit.
Well, the big one is going to be apparently the real determining factor will be the Axiom portions of the contributions to the International Space Station, because they're going to actually be docking to the International Space Station. So at that point, you can start transferring payloads, science experiments, things like that over. And then once that operation is done, then they can disconnect the Axiom station and go off on their own. And that'll probably be that'll be when the Axiom leaves, that'll be it. That'll pretty much say, okay, that's it. Unless somebody comes up and decides to buy it from NASA, which is entirely possible. It's happened before. People have bought stuff, what they used to call excess equipment. You'd have to probably have a pretty big, pretty large chunk of change to be buying the International Space Station. I forget what the latest number was, how much it's cost over the years, but it's hundreds of billions of dollars.
Yep, it's an expensive piece of science and machinery, and it'll be sad to see it deorbit when that comes around, but I'm hoping Axiom pulls everything together and can get their new setup. I'm really looking forward to that. I'm also wondering if there will be if I can get a ship that leaves South America and goes east, and somewhere you can see the deorbit of the ISS.
Oh yeah,
that would be insane.
People have been talking about doing that for quite a while, trying to do tourist views of reentries and so forth, which should be very interesting to see something that large come down. And having memories of the was it Star Trek 3, when the crew abandoned the Enterprise and watched it burning through the atmosphere.
I didn't catch that one, but it sounds very comparable.
Oh yeah, it's Search for Spock. That was the one.
Search for Spock. I'll check that out. So we're getting a good view of the Mission Control Center here. They have some live views out their cameras right now. They look pretty dark, but that is because they are probably in the shadow right now of the Earth, so they're not actually getting any sunlight reflecting off the spacecraft. But I think it's every 90 minutes that the astronauts on board ISS see another sunset and sunrise, so it shouldn't be in the dark for too long. I assume that they plan this to dock when they're in the sunlit portion, but
yes, that's the nominal docking is always in sunlight, and they always try to begin the maneuver at the opening of the window whenever they reach it, because they want to have the information. All right, yeah, the space station is currently over. It appears to be Turkey. It looks like. So yeah, and they're on the night side right now, so they can do some of the maneuvers up to a point when they like to have full visibility when they get probably within 50 meters, maybe even 100 meters.
To spot the station, yeah, this is still the site. I'll bring that up now, actually. Zoom in here a little bit. Yep, exactly. This is actually a really awesome tool as well. If you haven't seen the ISS fly overhead when it's a clear night outside, wherever you are, I definitely highly recommend it. It's a really cool thing to see. You can use some different apps to track when you're going to have passes. And it looks pretty much just like a really, really bright star. It doesn't flash at all and just moves right across the sky. Pretty fast paced. It's really cool to see. And you can look at it and just be like, yo, there's like multiple people on board that right now. And if you're lucky, when you see, if you were to get a pass right now, if you were to look out right now and be able to see the ISS, I would imagine you would see two dots. You would see the ISS, and then you would see Starliner following along. So I recommend checking that out when there's a cargo or cruise ship that is approaching.
Yes, there's quite a few viewing opportunities when the station is flying over. Now, when there's a what they call proximity operations with another vehicle, it's interesting because then you get those two dots moving with each other, which is easier to find.
Yep. Yeah, it looks really cool.
I know I've had quite a few people ask me about the what they call them Starlink trains. Once whenever a Starlink launch occurs, that they people like to go looking for the trains, and those are not. I guess you have to find the right website so you can kind of track that. But some of the astronomy websites have information about that.
Yep. Yeah, if you do a Google search or whatever search browser you use, and just look for Starlink tracking, you'll find a bunch of sites that kind of point you in the right direction. It's really, really cool to see live. I've seen a couple times. You want to catch it, within a couple weeks after it's launched. That way they're still clustered together. And yeah, it looks really cool. It's like, honestly, kind of like an otherworldly experience. It doesn't look like something that you should actually see. Is all these things lined up passing over the sky. It looks really weird, and it's really cool. Definitely recommend checking that out. First time I saw it was completely on accident. Actually, we were up in, I want to say we were in Maine, and just sitting by the fire, and just like I happened to look up at one moment, and I saw it, and I was like, "Yo, look!" It was really cool.
I haven't been lucky enough to catch one of them yet. Living in Houston, of course, the cloud cover and so forth is tough to get through. But now I'm out here in the southern Arizona desert. I might see if I can find a follow for that. The night skies here are absolutely pure clean.
Yeah, I heard there's actually a dark sky site in Texas. I haven't looked into it much, but there's some designated spaces, in different countries that claim to have like a certain level of not not having light pollution, and you have to actually meet a certain metric to be considered a dark sky site. So I'd really like to check that out.
That's fantastic.
Let's see if we got any audio
retreat
updates.
once it hit the keep out sphere at about 182 meters. It's still holding there. The teams are just assessing to make sure that the Starliner itself is all in tip-top shape before they go ahead and proceed into the keep out sphere. There are several lighting stops along or hold points along the way to check for lighting and other conditions. The first one at 90, and then of course the big ones at 10 meters. And we'll just wait for the teams to make sure that everything is go before we proceed in. We are still within the window to make that docking time later tonight. We're targeting 6:10 p.m.
Yeah, they
Central
build a lot
Time.
of margin into these docking operations so that there's no surprises.
Yep, absolutely. So they're saying they're still in that hold, and they're still looking at everything to make sure everything is safe. But yep, still some time before they have to consider even and saying that there's going to be any sort of delay or anything. Right now, we're still tracking on time for 6:10 Central.
Excellent.
Check if there's any updates from Boeing. No further updates yet from them. But there is a nice video, quick video, since we weren't able to show that other one. Just of the launch yesterday. It was a really nice looking launch. Atlas V, 2 solid rocket boosters. Solid rocket boosters aren't something you see too often on launches anymore, but that is what gives you that thick cloud that follows the rocket up that you kind of associate with shuttle launches back in the day. But you don't see that with the Falcon 9, or you will see that with the SLS. You won't see it with Starship, but it was a really nice looking launch. Of course, ULA performed very well as usual, and they successfully got Starliner up into orbit. And actually, it performed a little bit better than they anticipated. And luckily, within margin for it not to be an issue at all, the Starliner was able to adjust its planned burns to get back to where it needed to be. But yeah, it was a good launch.
Oh, those are some good views.
Mm-hmm. Starliner is still in the shadow. Looks like it's about more than halfway through, though.
Yeah, it looks like we have about, probably another
30, 40 minutes.
Yeah.
Which would line up with the docking estimate, so that makes sense.
Yeah. It'll go pretty quick once they get to go.
Yep. Yeah, I was just going to say, if anybody has any questions, please feel free to put them in the chat. We're happy to do our best at answering any questions you have about this mission or anything really to do with space in general. Andrew and I have had the privilege to see a lot of these launches in person. We've talked to a lot of people in the industry. And while we're not experts on everything related to space, we've definitely we've heard some answers from people that are experts at these things. So feel free to let us know if you have any questions.
Yeah, very hard to be an expert on everything, but when space is your favorite thing, you tend to listen to. And like somebody asked me once, I was explaining a few things, and they go, "How do you learn all this stuff?" I said, "Well, I read about 45 websites a day, so trying to keep up with stuff. Plus now with social media, you get a lot more information too. So yeah, it's almost a calling, to be totally honest. And you're kind of living the dream right now, having moved to South Texas to be closer to Starbase. So
yep,
like I said, I'm a bit jealous right now.
Yeah, it's really cool to be around so many people that are into what's happening down here. It's definitely a change of pace, and yeah.
So stuff. Have you found your favorite restaurant yet down there?
I have actually. So actually, I don't know if I would call it my favorite restaurant, because generally when I find a favorite restaurant, I go there specifically for the food. But this place, I'd call this place a bar. They have pretty good food. It's not a Michelin star restaurant or anything like that, but they have good food and some good drinks. But I like it so much because it is Starship themed. It's called the Hopper House, and they got these little hoppers out there, and it's a really cool spot. If anybody's down here, definitely check that spot out. It's good. All the menu items are all Starship themed and everything as well. It's really cool.
That's cool. I'm glad people are getting into it. That's, like I've said many times, it's great that the Valley's, especially Brownsville too, is getting the good end of that. Right. Extra business, extra people.
Yeah, and I'll have to tell you, when I'm down actually at Starbase proper and seeing everybody that comes in and out of there to work, they're all people that either grew up here or moved here when they were young, and it's a lot of local people. There's not a ton of people from other states. There's some for sure that have come to work, but it really is just a lot of local workers, and we're not talking about people that went to college for engineering for 4 or 5 years. We're talking about plumbers. We're talking about kind of blue collar jobs, and there's hundreds of people working on this program down here that they're from here and they're working their trades, and it's really, really cool to see. I really appreciate it.
Yeah, that's one of the reasons they wanted to build down there, was that they knew there was a ready pool of workers down there.
Yep.
Maybe not the highly skilled ones, but when you're talking about construction, that's a great place to grow the workforce. And they've got several universities down there that can help feed into that too.
Yes, absolutely. It's really cool to see.
Yeah. Oh, I'm gonna hit that guy up here.
Checking in on the space shuttle tracking, space station tracking. We look like we're over India now.
Space Ground 2 for Starliner status.
We got an
Joe
audio
Farmer,
update.
wanted to bring you up to date with what we were talking about down here. With 17, we are looking at the difference between the little TY in the middle of the circle and where Starliner actually is. Right now, we're in great shape. Starliner's within the circle, so keep monitoring. We're just trying to get comfortable with
sounds like
why
they're
we
seeing something they
understand
weren't
that there is
expecting.
an offset there.
Something about an offset in its positioning.
Okay, copy all. We were actually just thinking about calling you about the same thing. It seems
So
like
during
that,
these
that
proximity
T
operations and the rendezvous and docking, the space station has multiple tools they use. They have radar, they have lasers, and so they like to make sure everything is where it should be, and they use those tools very well. If you remember on the space shuttle, it had that dish that hung off the side. They used it for communication, but it was also the radar dish, and they would use that for their docking and approach to just about anything. And then later they started using handheld lasers, and I'm assuming they're still using the lasers either in handheld or in fixed. But they like to know where everything is at any given moment, and that all feeds back into obviously a GUI that they're using right there.
As well as the International Space Station team monitoring from aboard the orbiting complex that includes Bob Hines and Kjell Lindgren. They're all watching their respective data. From here, you can see the monitoring tool that the crew is looking at. In the middle of the circle,
talking a little bit more about this tool now.
Is supposed to be, and you can see the just a little bit lower and to the right is where the Starliner actually is. You can see the docking and navigation lights on the forward end of the Boeing Starliner. They just want to make sure that they understand some of the data before they go ahead and give that go to proceed inside the keep-out sphere. So the teams here on the ground, as well as the International Space Station, will continue to monitor and make sure they completely understand the data before going ahead and
there's a relative position there on the right hand of that screen. They have the X, Y, and the Z, and you can tell where the capsule is relative to the space station and the XYZ, but that the other numbers is the YPR, and the P has a negative is in yellow. So I would assume that's what they're worried about. Gotcha. Why that's the offset they're seeing.
Yeah. So I think that is a data representation of the visual representation we see above that. And if you look just to the left of the X, it says X201.478. Just to the left of that, you see 3 dots. They're pretty faint. But those 3 dots are a live view of the actual capsule. And I think, so they said the circle, they said, quote unquote, it's in the circle, so we're okay, everything's good. I think that circle must be kind of like the acceptable bounds for this operation, I would imagine. And I think maybe that center mark is where they expect to see it. So it looks like maybe either the tool could be, this is speculation on my part, but the tool could be slightly misaligned, or it's just not, the capsule just hasn't got to where they would expect it to be so far. But it looks like that they're, as you said, using redundant tools to make sure that all the data is accurate, and then they'll make a decision point about that moving forward.
Yeah, the circle you're seeing is, how do I describe this? It's apparently the open end of a cone, and as it gets closer, that cone will get smaller, and that's where the acceptable area where the vehicle can be, and it has to, of course, the cone will get smaller and smaller and smaller and get down to the point where they dock.
That makes sense.
Yeah, and so it appears that the Starliner is not quite in the middle of the circle. I'm sure they prefer to be in the middle, but you also notice that the Y and the Z axis, they don't read 0 at this point. Anybody who's done Kerbal Space Program will know that's really tough to keep the Y and the Z right perfect. And then of course the X being the distance. So they're taking their time, they're looking at the numbers, they're making sure they're comfortable with where they're at. I would imagine if they gave them the go and had to move forward and past the 200-meter mark, they would like to see that they offset be reduced to the smallest margin so that they're on the center line.
Mm-hmm. Yep, that all makes sense. And I'm just kind of watching those three dots here to see if they look like they're moving either further in or further out. I think we expect it not to be moving at all based on the fact that they're on a hold. But I almost think I've seen it update a couple pixels further down. But hard to tell. Hard to tell just based on the stream.
Yeah, as soon as we get some sunlight, we'll have a better idea what's going on. I'm sure that's what they're waiting for also.
Yeah, yep. It's kind of funny how we just get a live view of their desktop and can see like their desktop icons and stuff.
Yeah.
Videos for review that you're using VLC media player.
It would be funny if we saw Kerbal on there.
I
don't know, these machines, I don't know if they'd be able to do Kerbal.
All right, we're continuing to monitor the position of Starliner here.
All right.
The teams believe they have a good understanding and confidence to go ahead and proceed into the keep-out sphere. Words should be coming up from the International Space Station Capcom here shortly to describe a discrepancy in the data, more so really the graphics that are being drawn around Starliner versus Starliner itself, and we'll have the International Space Station Capcom describe that. In the meantime, the station and Starliner teams are polling to make sure that they are go to proceed inside the keep-out sphere. So we'll wait for that word from the Capcom.
Talked about moving into the keep-out sphere. That's a sphere. I believe it's the just inside the 200-meter mark, where any visiting vehicle has to stay until they get their final go, and then they start moving ahead. And that's, like I said, that's the opening to the cone, and they expect the vehicle to track to the center line of that cone and not get outside of it. And of course, the allowable area gets smaller and smaller as they get closer. So it'll be interesting to see what they decide to do here, because it sounds like it's just a data issue at this point. They're seeing one thing and their data is showing them another.
Yep, which is definitely something of concern as far as just making sure that what they're seeing is correct. So I think that's what's taking the time, is them just double checking everything. But just in the time that we've been talking, that both that center marker in the circle and the actual capsule definitely moved way further down, closer to that Y there. But it almost looks like in the last couple of minutes it started to move back up. So yeah, it's interesting.
Well, that's the thing also in space that you can't. Because of the mass of the vehicle and relative motion, it's hard to stay in one particular point relative to something else. There's just a little bit of drift everywhere you go.
Yep.
The Earth's gravitational field is not smooth and even, so even that causes a little bit of deviation.
Yep. And even though they're mostly, they're out of the thickest parts of the Earth atmosphere, there is still some atmospheric, I guess, mass where they are. So there is some drag that they're experiencing. You'll see the ISS have to reboost, basically use one of the capsules that come to deliver astronauts or cargo. They'll attach to the ISS and they'll use the engines there.
Station Houston Space Ground 2 for Starliner status.
And go for station.
So what we'd come up with is the T that you see in the middle of the circle. For whatever reason, that is not correct. We do have very good confidence that Starliner is within the circle, and as long as you see Starliner in the circle, we are in a good config. We can verify that through RPOP and ground telemetry that it is in a good config.
Station copies all, and we're comfortable with that and concur.
Okay, and with that, we are going to resume the approach shortly.
So, we're going to resume the approach shortly. That's very good. I'm curious, though. This isn't data coming... I'm just listening in.
Copy.
This isn't data coming from
All right, so those words projected to the crew, the International Space Station Flight Director.
Yes, that thing is, well, I think it's probably a joint graphic being fed from Starliner information and then space station observation, and it's all put into one graphical display. And for some reason, they see... No, let me finish.
The teams have have identified enough confidence in the relative position of Starliner and the data that they're seeing on the ground that they know where Starliner is. So is really the green circle is off position instead of Starliner. With that, they have the confidence that they need, and so does the crew, to go ahead and proceed inside the keep out sphere. We'll be seeing that moment here soon.
Yeah, so
and
it was a
Starliner
telemetry
is moving
issue or a display
inside
issue.
200 meters now.
Station Houston Starliner has resumed the approach. Perform step 6 in 1.102.
Very good. So as we see in this data that we're seeing in front of us, that X coordinate has dropped from 200 to 196. So that means it is getting closer to the space station. And we can see that in the graphic that we have here too. We're kind of in the way here. Let's change that. Let me, while we're watching this, I'm going to adjust one of my scenes here so we have a better view of everything that's happening on the video.
Starliner is on the move. Next stop, 90 meters.
Yeah, you can see the purple lines on that upper right is the cone that they're in, and you can see the red line is their path.
Coming up in about a minute and 15 seconds. Starliner firing its thrusters.
There we go. Now we get a better view of everything.
The Harmony node of the International Space Station. All the systems on Starliner performing well. Starliner uses a integrated suite for navigation. You can kind of it uses a space GPS system. Well,
and you can see on the left-hand display
designed to work in space.
The big green, there it is, the green cone I spoke about.
That makes sense. That makes sense. So that is, as you said, getting narrower as it gets closer, and it's supposed to stay within those bounds. And that's how everybody knows that is a nominal approach.
Which is the International Space Station. And you can think of it as basically the spacecraft is driving itself to the International Space Station in the same way a person drives their car on a long trip, using a Maps app to kind of get into the city, get onto the street that they're going to, but then using their eyes to pull into the driveway. Well, in this case, the driveway is the International.
Starliner has entered the keep out sphere.
Very good.
Yeah, you mentioned earlier one of the tests was the ability for the personnel in the space station to control the, well, at least stop the approach with an action by somebody in the space station. Instead of having to wait for a ground controller or a computer, they can actually activate a pushback or retreat, as they call it. That's very important because the crew on the station have their eyes, and they're the best tools they have. All the radar and laser data you have isn't as good as a pair of eyes or multiple pairs of eyes, and they see something wrong, that they may see something that nobody else does. So the ability to push that red button to stop it is very, very, very handy.
Yep. No, that makes a lot of sense.
We're heading towards that 90-meter hold. Everything looking good so far.
NASA definitely rightfully likes to keep, have the astronauts that are close to the situations in charge of everything that they can. So it's good to see.
Has engineers, Boeing and NASA.
And a reminder, this is completely automated. There are people giving ground commands to Starliner to initiate, but the actual flying is being done by the computers on the Starliner. So there's no human interaction, and that's one of the big tests for this is to be able to see that works well and that plays well with everybody. And we're starting to see Starliner now, starting to get some sunlight on it.
47 meters from the International.
Yep, and we'll continue to see that lit up more and more over the course of the next 24 minutes, right up through docking. And, everything seems to still be on time, so we're 24 minutes out right now.
Yeah. The next point, they'll stop at the 10-meter mark and do all their final checks to make sure everything's going the way they want it to, and they're seeing the what they expect to see.
It's looking good. It's looking good.
Yep. I remember one of my favorite descriptions of NASA TV years ago was the most exciting, boring television out there. That was actually an article in the Wall Street Journal back in the 80s. Can you believe that? It's when it was still called NASA Select, and they eventually changed it. That was back. The reason it was called NASA Select was because originally it was just for engineering, for the space shuttle engineers, and eventually the public affairs office said, hey, this would be great to be able to show the public what's going on, so they started sharing it. And when I was with NASA TV in the 80s and 90s, there were all these rules about when the engineers got the satellite and when we didn't, or we could have, PAO could have it. Fortunately, in the 90s, they started using more fiber optic connectivity between facilities, so we were able to use the satellite for more of the public affairs stuff. And that's when programming became 24 hours a day, and they do the education like they do now.
Yeah. Yeah, it seems like NASA TV was something for a while that you could find on some cable network, like cable subscriptions and stuff. But I have noticed that's kind of dying off. But I think that's fine because everybody just watches it online anyway. Yeah, and that's really the way to go. It's the centers all have are interconnected between each other via fiber optic. And that happened in the early 2000s, I believe, so that they could wouldn't have to, because back in the 80s and 90s, each NASA center had their own satellite uplink, and those are very expensive to maintain and so forth. So they went to the fiber optic network, and they just put one satellite uplink at headquarters in not next to Washington, it was at Goddard, which is in, I want to say that's in Maryland. Yep. Greenbelt, Maryland. And so that's where they would uplink all of NASA TV, but they would just switch through it. And now I believe you're right, Dave. They're planning to take the NASA TV satellite, take the service off the satellite, and then feed everything via the web. Makes sense. Oh, we've got a 4-box now, quad.
Starliner spacecraft.
Yeah, we got some great visuals here.
That is looking right at the forward
there's our
port
visual from the
International
Starliner
Space
itself,
Station. It's looking at the,
which is a common occurrence on space vehicles. We've seen it on the Dragon and also the Soyuz. And the space shuttle even had a centerline camera they used to have to install on the docking module or docking adapter. So they get that centerline video. That way, you're online and in line.
We can see that we are getting closer to. It looks like we're getting one frame every 10 seconds or so.
Yeah, it's probably a slow scan system. When they're that far out, they can better utilize the bandwidth.
Yep, makes sense. Still well within that cone, it looks like. And the top right visualization, it looks like an even better kind of representation of that cone. It looks like they're right down that central line. If anything, maybe a little bit low, but I think that's very much within the bounds.
Yeah. I just heard them say they're not going to, there was a planned hold at 90 meters they're going to skip. They're just going to keep going.
Nice.
Station copies. We're going to bypass the 90-meter hold and continue into the 10-meter hold. And just so you know what we're seeing, we're well within the corridor. And looks like Starliner is starting to converge on the center T and the overlays.
Very good.
That's a good read, and we copy.
A little while ago, I did a...
So Starliner is on the move, and it will stay on the move until it gets to the 10-meter hold point. At that point, Starliner will fire its thrusters and pause in its approach, but the lighting is good at the International Space Station, some 261 miles above the Earth, and since the lighting is good, we're going to bypass the 90-meter hold point, go straight.
So a little while ago, I did a poll on the chat here to see if people thought that it was going to dock before 6:11 Central, which would mean that is it going to dock on time or will it be delayed? We had a few votes, and 57% of people think that it is going to dock on time.
Fantastic.
Yeah, we actually may dock a little early if they, since they're skipping the 90-meter hold, and if everything goes well at the 10-meter hold, they may dock a little early.
You can make out the dog houses. That's the.
And you're seeing that crystal clear picture now of Starliner. It looks good.
Around the perimeter of the service module, those hold the thrusters. And those thrusters are what's doing a lot of the work today, guided by the information coming in from Starliner sensors such as Vesta. Kind of working together. Again, looking at the view that Starliner sees of the space station as it heads in. You can see the Crew Dragon at the top there. Japanese experiment module, European laboratory. You heard me walk through all this just a couple minutes ago, so apologies for the repetitiveness, but
yes,
the space station's been up there for 20 years. It deserves to be talked about quite a bit, I'd say.
I like that. Yeah, it's cool to see these little graphics of what I assume this is a visual representation of kind of what the quote-unquote computer sees.
We mentioned
identifying
passing that 90-meter hold, which was designed
yeah, you're seeing
as
the different views that the Starliner sees, and you know, the AI, I guess you would say, the way it sees the world and wants to identify, and it can puts the boxes around things to know where things are.
Exactly.
That 10-meter hold. The station itself and Starliner are flying about 270 statute miles over the South Indian Ocean, crossing the Terminator line into an orbital daytime.
Starliner currently just past the 75-meter point, moving in at about 1/10 of a meter per second. Again, heading towards that 10-meter hold point.
Still right
Starliner holding its path just as prescribed. It's following in that graphic. What you're seeing in the green cone there is the approach corridor. That's basically the zone that Starliner needs to stay in as it makes its way to the space station.
Oh, new view.
Very nice. You can see Dragon there too in the top right.
This is a long time coming. I'm glad to see Starliner finally making it there.
Absolutely.
Taking its place in the stable of American space vehicles.
Absolutely. Really glad to see that they worked through some things today and got to the ISS, and now we should be seeing it actually dock here in the next 16 minutes. And of course, at docking, the test isn't over at that point. They still have to make sure that they can get into the vehicle and that all of that works.
And we're seeing there's that graphic from that you saw just a few minutes ago. That is that's the view from the International Space Station's monitoring software as it watches Starliner approach. Starliner is 63.5 meters away from the space station's forward port.
Yeah.
We should reach that 10-meter hold point a little bit less.
Sneeze, maybe.
Starliner
maybe
continuing its approach.
Oh, look at that. We can almost read the word Boeing on the side of the capsule.
Yep.
Looks real good. Yeah, like I was saying, so after it docks, the test isn't over. They got to make sure that they can get into the vehicle, and I think the vehicle is going to stay there for a period of time. And they'll make sure that the vehicle is working appropriately when it's attached to the ISS. And then they're going to, at some point, do you know how long until they deorbit this thing?
I think it was a couple of weeks. It's one of those things where they have a planned duration, but they want to give themselves plenty of margin for tests, because like they're not normally when a cargo or a crew vehicle comes up, they pretty much it docks and they go ahead and open it up and get busy, offloading or boarding people, letting people board. But I guess because they're kind of a late in the day, it's been a long day, they're going to, once they're docked and they're secured and they're latched, they're going to wait till morning to open the hatch and go into Starliner, and that gives, I'm sure that gives Boeing plenty of time to look at stuff and make sure everything is going well.
Right.
Yeah. Something I had not noticed up until, I think I noticed it yesterday, but I wasn't sure what I was seeing, is somewhat like the Dragon capsule, that Boeing has a cap over their docking port for protection. And that is that's, part of the making the vehicle reusable. You want to protect those seals. Like we've watched them. So occasionally the Dragon folks will have trouble, SpaceX will have trouble, or be very meticulous about closing the hatches. Those seals are very important. And especially up in the, not only the man load hatch they use on the launch pad, but also the docking hatch. So they want to be very, very careful about it. So protecting it from both sides is very important, especially from micrometeor.
Yeah, definitely. That's a great point. I hadn't really even thought about it up to this point. This is the closest that Starliner has got to docking with ISS. So if you're looking at Starliner now on the top right of that display,
getting this imagery coming
you can
in
see that cap on the bottom right-hand side of Starliner that is open. That
kind of looks like a frying pan.
7.5 meters, and the imagery coming in clear enough to show the entry cover that has opened over the nose of Starliner. That opened up yesterday, a little bit more than an hour after liftoff. In fact, some of course, the clearest images so far of Starliner, getting to see some of the livery on the Boeing spacecraft.
Every now and then you'll see a little bit of a puff coming out at one of the sides of Starliner, and of course those are the RCS thrusters, and those are what is keeping it on track to the docking port, and that adjusting all of its different yaw and pitch and roll and all that stuff.
Bright light, closing now, getting very close to the forward port of the space station.
In my Kerbal days, I used auto dock because it's just so hard.
Did you ever use I think it was called Kerbal OS? It was an automation tool.
Oh yes, I played with it a little bit. Yeah,
it was fun to use. I made a completely automated rocket that went up, and the spacecraft came down, and it was pretty cool.
Yeah, in fact, before SpaceX did their first man on Demo 2, first manned flight of crewed flight of the Dragon capsule, they released a game online. It was the docking simulator, which actually it turned out it was actually their actual simulator that they used, and the graphics from the actual Crew Dragon, but they just ported it out to the web. People were using that Kerbal OS to set records for docking, because how fast can you dock? Well, the OS was down to like 2 seconds.
That's awesome.
Also in this view, able to see some of the exhaust plumes from the small reaction control system thrusters on Starliner as they fire periodically. Just maintenance.
Station Houston Space Ground 2 for Starliner status. Joe Farmer, want to let you know that we are not going to make the docking window for this orbit. We expect to have a final approach initiation at 2350. So that means that we're going to be after what was the evening DPC, so we are going to abort the evening DPC.
I assume that's
but if you have anything to tell us, let us know.
I think that's mission duration.
Yeah.
Okay, copy that. No evening DPC, and I will plan 2350 Zulu.
Oh, 2350 Zulu.
And that's a good read. Once we get to the 10-meter hold point, we will refine that time just a little bit. We'll let you know.
That would be 6:50 Central.
Okay, copy all.
So that's another hour.
Well,
so that would be the next one.
All right, so you just heard the International Space Station Capcom, Rob Hayhurst, communicate up to Bob Hines, who's with Kjell Lindgren. They're both monitoring Starliner's approach to the International Space Station. We're now targeting the second docking window. So the new time of the FAI, the final approach initiation burn, that gets us from the 10-meter hold point into push in for a docking later. That's right now targeted for 6:50 p.m. Central Time. They did mention over the loops that they will be assessing a new contact time, so we'll report that as soon as we get that, a new contact with the International Space Station, but we're no longer aiming for that 6:10 p.m. docking. We'll aim for the next opportunity with that final approach initiation currently targeted for 6:50 p.m. tonight.
have to assume that they stop the forward motion, or I'm not sure if they're going to continue on to the 10-meter hold position.
Yeah, we'll have to see. That bottom right cam did just update, showing a little bit of movement, but yeah, I would assume that they are either holding position now or will, go a little bit further until that next hold position.
That 10-meter hold point.
Oh, yep, I'm just listening in now.
And this does reflect the flexibility built into the timeline, built into this process. The first docking opportunity, it's as they say, it's a target, not a requirement. So there's lots of leeway built into the.
So
yeah, I'm wondering I'm curious what they saw that they met and wanted to. I guess it was a series. It's a situation where they're trending. Things were trending to a point where they weren't going to make the window. They didn't think they'd make it in time. So, and that the windows are all about lighting and antenna positioning for the Starliner, because it has to communicate. Not only does the Starliner have to communicate with the ground, it has to communicate with the space station. And there's a lot of redundancy involved there. They don't want to lose communication. If they were, for whatever reason, they would lose communication from the ground, they probably would abort also, even though the station can still talk to the Starliner.
Yep. Yeah, no, that's my assumption as well. I don't think it necessarily indicates that they ran into some sort of new issue. I think maybe they just realized that, after crunching some numbers, after a couple of those slowdowns with the holds that they had a few minutes ago, that, it's probably just safer and a better option to wait for the next window. So I assume that's what's happening.
Yeah. So we could spend about 50 minutes watching Starliner hang out there.
Yep. Yep.
Yeah, if you look, that graphic on the left, you can see the green cone, and within that green cone, you can see a circle. I believe that indicates the 10-meter hold position.
Okay, so it's still approaching that.
Yeah, they're at 30 meters apparently right
less
now.
Than
so
30 meters away from the forward port of the International Space Station.
Yeah, they're moving in. They're still moving forward. They're going to stop at the 10-meter mark and hold.
Continuing to move in at a very slow 0.06 meters per second. That is very
we
much
can watch
on
it
purpose
approach
when
the
you
hold,
have two
and then if we
spacecraft
want, we could
moving towards each other.
Always
You
take a break or whatever.
Yep.
Don't want
I'm
the
drinking
two
a little
of
too
them
much Perrier right now, so.
To cause any vibrations or anything else, even in weightlessness, it's important for the research racks on the station that they.
I was going to go to the Hopper House here, and I'll be a little bit delayed for that.
Do they have any screens to show launches and landings and so forth there at the Hopper House?
Yeah. I haven't been there while any activity's happening, but they do have some screens up, and I've talked to some of the people that kind of run the place there, and they're definitely space enthusiasts. So I assume that they got stuff up for stuff like this. Look at that! What a great shot!
Yeah, that's fantastic.
You can now really see that cover that was covering the docking port.
Yep.
We've been talking a lot in terms of meters per second and kilometers in distance. So just a quick translation there with Starliner currently moving a little bit less than 0.06 meters per second. That translates to a little bit more than 1/10 of a mile per hour. So that is how slow they are closing in.
1/10 of a mile per hour.
20 meters distant rendezvous has just advised the team.
You can see at the top of Starliner, you can see some of the paper or whatever material that was used to protect the thrusters.
And what you're seeing on the screen there, that is what Starliner looks
still connected,
like.
So occasionally you get a little wave of paper as the thrusters fired. Yeah.
Good eye, good eye.
I thought I saw something coming up, and I wasn't sure if it was an optical illusion because the capsule was so small. And yeah, there it is again. There's another small thruster fire, and they wave at you.
If I'm not mistaken, I believe that the SpaceX Dragon and the Starliner use the same docking hardware that is compatible with the international docking adapter that they've installed on the space station. I think they've installed 2 of them on the station.
Yeah,
and I think one of them was actually lost in a launch years ago.
Oh yeah, the American side or the international side has the universal docking system they use for all vehicles. I believe the Russians are still using a version of their own, but that's only on the Russian side.
Yep, exactly.
It's funny that docking adapter, that docking mechanism was has its heritage all the way back to the Apollo-Soyuz test project back in 1975. That was one of the big things. Was they were developing the hardware, common berthing hardware, as they called it back then. The station actually has two different types of docking. You've got the large hatches within. When you look at the International Space Station, there's a large round ones that are actually on the sides of the modules, and then they use docking adapters, which are those black, oddly shaped, almost cone-like things.
Right.
And that's where you actually dock to.
That's real cool. Yeah, I had no idea. Last graphic they showed, they were about a distance of 15, so I would assume that they're really closing in on 10 any minute here. And then we expect to see them kind of hold tight there. So
yeah, you'll see the thruster firings. You'll see a whole bunch of them to slow them down.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Bringing it down to 0 relative motion. This looks so good.
Yeah. They're at the 10-meter mark, apparently.
Box.
Yep.
And Starliner is holding, hovering at the 10-meter point, showing.
Station Houston on 2. Starliner is at the 10-meter hold. Perform step 7 in 1.102. And we're working on a finalized FAI as mentioned. And we are seeing really good video from the EHDC.
Okay, station copies. We see the same 10-meter hold. Vehicle mode is hold. Step 7, we have brought up the 10-meter hold overlay and understand updated time for the initiation of docking is forthcoming.
Cool.
Good read.
Yeah, sometimes there's a people don't know that they still use ground stations for both the space station, or most of the time on the space station they use the TEDR system, which is a series of satellites in geostationary orbit, and that's how they communicate with all the different spacecrafts and so forth. But the commercial vehicles have been using still use ground stations, and so that's kind of the juggling act with communications between them. And even with the International Space Station using that constellation of satellites, which I believe is up to 6, I think 5 or 6. They still have occasions when they will lose signal. That's when you see it drop out, and as the antennas are repositioning.
Yeah, I was working on a project, and I did a pretty deep dive on TDRS and the space network and how that all that communication works, and it terminates on the IONet down in Johnson and everything. It's really really interesting how they have all that set up. Yeah, it was a cool project, and learning about it was really fun. So yeah, it's cool.
I know NASA's been looking, well, as part of a technology demonstrator, they're always looking for new ways to communicate. And of course, Starlink offers some opportunities for that kind of thing. I know the Polaris Dawn, Jared Isaacson and the Polaris Dawn mission, that's one of the things they're going to be testing is the laser capability of using Starlink while in orbit.
Yep.
And that would vastly increase the bandwidth up and down off the space station right now. They're a pretty fixed bandwidth, and it's not as much as you think. It's generally a little less than you can get at your average home. So they have to squeeze a lot of signal through there. A lot of ones and zeros being chopped up. Yeah.
Cool. So we are at least we're at least 40 minutes out, if not longer. We could take a break here. Do we want a short break or do we want a longer break?
I only need a couple minutes.
Okay, cool. So we'll, I'll stick around here for a couple minutes until you're back, and then when you're back, I'll take a couple minutes.
I'll be right back.
Sounds good to me. it's a good opportunity just to remind everybody that
of 43 minutes.
we appreciate you coming and check out what's happening today with us. Our goal here is to kind of give a different twist on what's happening with these NASA streams and everything. Usually you don't have direct access to ask questions and stuff while watching these types of streams. So we're trying to act as the middle person to try to bring this content to you, and also some relevant discussions about what we're seeing here, and give you just a little bit more color on the details and the technical aspects of what we see here. So if anybody has any questions, please feel free to drop those in the chat. But whether you're chatting or you're just sitting back and watching on the couch, or you have it on in the background while you're working on something else, either way, we really, really appreciate all the support. My name is Andrew. This is Solid Rocket Future. We cover the most exciting parts of human spaceflight and rocketry. And today is one of those days. It's an exciting one. We're happy to see Starliner finally getting to the ISS, and hopefully we're under an hour until we actually see it dock. Got some great views of the capsule so far. Everything is going well. Yeah. So we'll continue to hang out here while we wait to see what their plan is, but thank you so much for joining. I will work on getting a new timeline set up here too when we get a new touch point time.
And I'm back.
Welcome back. Welcome back. We got a different view now.
Yes, that was a great
quality,
view.
but we got a different angle.
Yeah, sometimes that has to do with the camera angle and adjustments of the iris and black levels and so forth. But
we were looking at a camera angle earlier. Magma Boy was here, and he was commenting on how it's a great view, but it wasn't a good picture quality, and there was all these white dots on it. He brought up they brought up the fact that these are probably relatively older cameras from the 2000s maybe, and I said that definitely for sure, but also a lot of those white dots are actually damage on the photo sensor from photons.
Exactly.
And the longer these cameras are up in space and being exposed to these photons, the worse those will get. So.
Yep, that's exactly right. The radiation damage caused by these cameras, and I'm sure these cameras are the latest version, were the version that were pretty hardened against that kind of thing. So I'd have to go back and look how old these cameras are. Some of the on the shuttle, back in the shuttle days, back in the 80s and 90s, when they started flying actual like consumer grade camcorders, because they were cheap and you could fly them a couple of missions and that'd be fine. But you could always tell a camcorder that was ready to be retired because it looked like somebody had shot it with a shotgun, and there's all kinds of red and blue and green dead pixels all over the place.
Right.
In fact, during STS-93, which is a mission where they flew a Sony broadcast high definition camera, and I can't remember the date on that. That's got to be like 96, 97. One of the things they looked at was the ability to the camera to self-correct those dead pixels. Wow. Sony had developed software where they could technically heal pixels electronically, and a very, very sophisticated algorithm. And the astronauts every day, part of when we trained them was to teach them how to initiate that, and they would record that, and so they could see the before and the after and every day. And we ended up putting a bunch of information together and giving it to Sony, and they used it to help improve their cameras. And of course, me still working in the broadcast industry, I feel a bit of pride when somebody says, there's a dead pixel on the camera, and I flip the switch and it does the auto correction. I go, I helped develop that.
Right. That's cool. That's really cool. And yeah, I've never heard of anything like that.
Oh, you'd be amazed.
We got some updated timelines here. We're looking at 6:57 as the next docking point. 6:57 Central Time. So that's not too bad. I'm going to try to get my countdown updated here. And a lot of people don't realize that not only do those photons do some damage to the photo sensors on these cameras, but something similar happens to your actual eyes while you're up there. There isn't a lot of measurable long-term damage, but when you're up there, sometimes you'll be doing whatever you're doing. Your eyes might be open, your eyes might be closed, but you'll just see a flash of light, and that is when a photon literally goes through your eyeball. Of course, you don't feel it. These are the smallest things you can pretty much think of, and hundreds of them could go through you, and you wouldn't even know them. But if one goes through your optic nerve, you get a little bit of a flash of light, which is interesting, really interesting.
Yes, I've heard many astronauts talk about that, and you kind of get used to it after a while. I haven't heard if it had ever caused anybody to wake up from being asleep. That'd be interesting also to find out.
That would be interesting. Yeah, that's a great question. That's like a great astronaut meeting an astronaut question.
Yeah.
All right, I got an updated countdown for the stream, and then I will go take a quick moment.
Okay.
It looks like we got 39 minutes to go. Cool. All right. Well, I will be right back. You will be live on audio. I'll have the stream really low. That way, if you need to talk, you won't be fighting against the stream.
All righty. Keep listening. Thanks.
All right, again, Starliner's holding at 10 meters. In the meantime, we'll continue to take Ask NASA questions to make sure that we're giving you the good information about what's happening. This first question comes from Lysosterm, who's asking, what is the plane of the docking of Starliner with respect to Earth? Is it above, below, or beside the International Space Station? So right now, at this moment, the 10-meter hold, it is what's called the V-bar, or the velocity bar. Really, this is directly in front of the International Space Station. So both of them are flying simultaneously at the same speed, at the same time. And it's holding as they're traveling about 17,500 miles per hour around the Earth. What you're seeing is a careful and methodical approach in order to get to this point, right? It doesn't go immediately up and in front of the International Space Station. They both have the same relative velocity, are traveling on the exact same plane, and it's taken a lot to get to this point. The journey to get to this point has been a series of burns, but since this is a flight test, we've also put Starliner through a number of demonstrations to test its capabilities fully. We did have a commanded hold that was sent from the International Space Station, and that was successful. We also tested its retreat ability to cross the keep out sphere, recognize that it did not have the authority to proceed, and then retreat outside of the keep out sphere to 200 meters, where it held for a little bit until it was given a go to proceed back in to where it is now at 10 meters. Continue to send your questions in using the hashtag AskNASA. Again, we're holding at 10 meters. That flight approach initiation burn targeted for 6:53 p.m. tonight. That gives us an earliest docking opportunity at 6:57 p.m.
I am back as well.
Welcome back.
Anything exciting happen?
Oh, just kind of floating there where it's supposed to be.
So in the meantime, we can give a little bit more kind of color on some of the issues that they saw earlier. So as a quick just little summary and recap, the last time Boeing tried to launch this OFT-2 mission, Before launch, they saw some issues with the thrusters, and they found out that, did you say 11 or 13?
13.
13 of these valves that they were looking at had some problems because of some moisture that got into them. And that turned into a long, kind of a long duration investigation just to make sure that they knew what had happened and how to mitigate against it from happening again. And a lot of people had, I think, concerns about how everything was going to move forward with Boeing and how everything was going to go. So when they launched yesterday, shortly after launch, kind of social media feeds started to go a buzz of reports with some thruster issues. So I think people kind of immediately jumped to some conclusions and was thinking that this thing wasn't in good shape, and that, you know, this mission was going to be another failure. But, you know, the good news is, as we see right now, that is not the case at all. Some information I have.
So yeah, there was also a lot of people missed the fact they confused thrusters with RCS or maneuvering engines. They're two different things. The 13 valves that became essentially corroded and stuck were part of the reaction control system. The thrusters that they control the attitude, the real fine ones, you're seeing they're using them right now. And what they had the two level failure out of three. Two out of the three thrusters, which are part. If you're looking at the Starliner, there are four rectangular shapes at the 12, 3, 6, and 9 positions, 12 o'clock positions around. And if you follow those back, there are thrusters at the end of those. There's three per, and they call those dog houses. And those are the three thrusters they use to actually do large thrusts for, like, when they were doing their final orbit stabilization. And those never had a problem on the ground. Those were had no problems whatsoever. So some people got those two confused. And it seems that the simple fix for the maneuvering thrusters was just putting paper or some material to protect the thrusters from outside moisture.
Yeah,
something very simple.
Yeah, based on what we can see, that was one of the pieces of the solution. I'm sure there's some other things that they put into place as well. And as far as the other issue that they ran into yesterday after launch, it looks like they experienced a chamber drop in pressure that caused a cutoff of two of those thrusters. So
it was a chamber pressure drop. So they have telemetry to show what happened. Yeah.
Yep.
That would probably be, I would suspect, a leak of some sort, a drop in pressure, maybe a valve that didn't open or close correctly, those kind of things.
Yeah, so chamber drop. Yeah, so it was a drop in chamber pressure. So yeah, I guess an engine wasn't performing, as you said, because something wasn't making it into the chamber that was supposed to, or there was a leak somewhere.
So essentially, the engine has a chamber where they would be mixed. I'm assuming they mean that where they would the two fuels would bipropellants would meet, and that could be it could be many things, but it sounds just like a loss in pressure caused by a leak, possibly.
Now, I assume that these thrusters are, if this is like some other vehicles, these thrusters are probably on like a trunk in the back that will be kind of decoupled before re-entry, I would imagine, of Starliner.
The Starliner is very similar in the design for the Apollo and also the Orion, where they have a command module, which is the capsule, and then they have the rear portion of it is a service module, where you have all the propellants, the batteries, everything you need, the oxygen to keep you stay alive, as opposed to the Dragon, which has got a trunk back there, and it's essentially just there for storage and also for generating electricity. The Dragon is pretty much self-contained inside. They don't. That's part of their way of saving money and also reusing it. So it'd be interesting. I mean, with Dragon, when you have a failure, you pretty much are bringing like 90% of the vehicle, and with the trunk going away, you're not losing that much information if you need to do some troubleshooting. But with Starliner, because they are going to detach and dispose of the service module when they're returning to the Earth, they won't have that hardware available to do any kind of troubleshooting. So they'll have to do all their troubleshooting via telemetry and get the best picture. I'm sure they're already working on all the kind of scenarios that once they're docked, they'll probably do a lot of testing, opening and closing valves, things like that. Once one of these crew vehicles come up, both the Dragon and the Starliner, I'm sure, once they are docked, they put them in basically I don't say hibernation, but they secure them for long duration because these vehicles are designed to stay up on orbit for up to 6 months.
Right.
And so there are a lot of things you need to do to, when you put a car in a garage for the winter, sometimes you do things to make sure it's going to be ready to go again in the spring. And so they'll do that kind of activity, a short version of it this time, because they're not staying that long.
I wonder if there's any chance for, I don't know if it's in reach of the Canadarm, if it can get some videos of the backside, or even I don't know if it would be safe to do so, but I wonder if like even they could do a spacewalk and try to get a better picture of those thrusters. I don't know.
Yeah, I don't think a spacewalk is at this point would be necessary. Maybe if the arm is in a position where it could be helpful, maybe, but that's I'm sure that these vehicles have so many channels of telemetry and the ability to read. They should know everything that's going on inside there, so they'll run a lot of failure analysis and try to figure out what it is. But you never know. I mean, sometimes that's one of the nice things, the flexibility about NASA. They have the ability to do plan unplanned things or do unplanned things.
Yep.
I remember back during some of the heady days of shuttle when they were launching commercial satellites, and they would have problems where they'd go out and do spacewalks to try to get them to work. They invented a fly swatter at one point where they took some parts of their flight plans, the plastic covers, and made a fly swatter or lacrosse trick, a lot of time they call it, and put it on the end of the robotic arm and use that to try to swipe a switch that was supposed to, as a satellite spun up, the switch is supposed to come out and initiates the auto sequencer, and that's something that failed, so they tried that. And I don't remember if that particular mission they got that to work, but there were several that had similar problems. They went back, the shuttle actually being as flexible as it was able to go back and recover them at a later mission and get them into orbit.
Right. Right. Just looking at a couple updates here. Nothing too important or of noteworthy, but I'm looking at the view that we're getting back now of Starliner, and I do notice that I think we see one of the windows on the top. Yeah, is that a window?
Yeah, you can see about the 12:30, maybe 1 o'clock position. I think that's the primary crew window for looking forward during docking. And then, of course, about the 9 o'clock position there is the actual hatch, which has a smaller window in it.
Mm-hmm. And again, we see those that data on the right-hand side, the X, Y, and Z coordinates. And since this vehicle is currently in a hold, we'll see those things adjust very slightly as it kind of naturally drifts until the vehicle corrects itself using its RCS thrusters. So it's keeping itself right between 10.3 and 10.4, it looks like, on the X coordinate. And yeah, just kind of staying in place. Looks pretty cool.
Yeah, it sounds like they're planning now final docking at just a little after 7 p.m. Eastern now.
Okay, they pushed a little more.
Yeah. They were talking about it having to get past a TDRS handover. That's when they will hand between one TDRS satellite to another, and they want to have clean telemetry, clean data. They don't want to have a break in the middle of it.
That makes sense. I'll wait for. I must have missed the pop-up or if there was a pop-up to say the exact time, and then I'll update the little countdown I got going on. Oh, here we go. 0157 CEST. What is C2 Central?
Coordinated. I think it's coordinated Eastern time, maybe.
Gotcha.
Eastern Daylight. CEDT. I guess that
is. Or CEST. But anyway, yeah, Well, this says 6:57, so this one's a little out of date still.
Yeah.
Very excited to get a nice dinner after this. It's been a heck of a day. Definitely looking forward.
Working here in Arizona, they got us working a 6 a.m., which is going into work at 6 a.m., which is early, but it's the cooler part of the day. So you want to maximize that because we're talking about getting temperatures of the upper 90s and 100s, low 100s.
Right.
So getting off at 2 o'clock is nice, but it really messes up your whole eat-sleep schedule a little bit.
Find any good fajitas out there?
No, yeah, actually, there's a place here in Scottsdale that we used to go. We've gone to it for years, but we're going to save that from when we start to go to air on Monday. We'll shift to a more regular time, and so we can go to the restaurant. Because right now we're eating lunch at 9 a.m. So
that's crazy. 9 a.m. lunch.
Yeah, that's great fajitas, and they also have, instead of having corn, they have like corn chips you get when you go to a Mexican restaurant. They also do flour chips, which are the only place I've ever found that do them, and they're so delicious.
That sounds cool.
Addictive. Yeah, it is.
I was thinking about starting a funding campaign to get a Papacitos Cantina down here in Brownsville.
Oh, that's not a bad idea. The Papa's family is very good about doing that kind of thing. They actually they may not want they may feel there's too much competition down there. I mean, there's a lot of great little places down there. Of course, it's been 30 years since I've been to them.
As good as Papacitos is, it's definitely Tex-Mex, and I think down here it's kind of more Mex-Mex. It's real Mexican cuisine. So,
have you seen that? I believe there's still a chain down there called El Pato.
I haven't seen that one yet.
Yeah, the El Pato platter was always very popular when you were single and broke because it was really, really cheap.
There's one down here that I have a live view up of the ISS too. It's just passing over North America. I found a really good taco place called, I didn't find it. It's a pretty popular one. El Ultimo Taco. It's so good.
Oh, where's it? And then in the Brownsville area?
Yep.
Yeah.
Very, very good.
Have you had a chance to go over to South Padre Island yet?
Oh, yeah. Yeah. Plenty of times. I try to do like Saturdays over on the island and get some use of the beach, and I checked out a couple restaurants and stuff over there.
Yeah.
Couple good ones worth mentioning. A lot of them are definitely more focused on kind of like tourism business and trying to get people in and out of there, and not necessarily getting a lot of repeat customers. That's kind of my impression that I got from some of those restaurants.
Yeah, anything on the island is going to be tourist based.
Yep.
The Rio Grande or South Padre Island was in the 80s and 90s was a huge spring break. That's where the newly discovered area.
Yeah. Yep. It's still kind of big in spring break, but yeah, I've seen some videos from 80s and 90s, and it's like Miami beaches now.
Yeah, I just saw something come across Twitter. It was just now they're targeting 7:01 Central Time. Central Time, yeah.
I'll update that. Oh, 7:01 Central. Oh yeah, that makes sense. Still getting used to the Central Time zone.
Hey, do you want to? I'm still seeing your Boeing CST Starliner schedule docked at 6:10 p.m. Central Time on that lower third.
Yeah, let me update that.
Yeah.
Good call. Another cool part about South Padre Island is at the southern tip, there's a little park called Isla Blanca Park.
Yep.
And it is one of the best views you can get of the SpaceX launch sites if they actually end up launching from there. So that the island will get busy for that type of stuff.
Yeah.
Let's see, bottom third. There it is. 7:01. There we go. And now
they're talking about the rain covers.
Oh, cool. Let me get some of that audio coming in.
We put those covers over them, and it protects them. And as soon as most of them fall away during ascent, during just the aerodynamic forces, so it is that's what normally happens. In this case, the covers stuck around a little
double
bit
audio coming from the stream
to make this trip. So the fluttering that you're seeing is caused by the
that's one of those
thrusters firing. They are very small
realities of
thrusters, and they're just
an international
performing little maintenance burns. We
space
call
program
them,
multiple
basically
partners
keeping
and different
Starliner
paths
in
for
its
different
position
audio
in this 10-meter
coming down
hover.
from satellites
so
and ground
little thin
stations
sheets
and so
of plastic, keeping everything together as it heads out, and that's all there is to that story, I guess. That's all there is to that story, I guess.
5.04 and 6.04. The filler material can be a mix of bubble wrap, foam.
So as we're looking at Starliner hovering here at the 10-meter hold point.
Okay, I think all my times are updated.
That helps a lot, thanks.
Okay.
We are seeing the graphic and the representation there as Starliner continues to hold. So a quick recap on our expected times coming up for final approach initiation. That's going to start at 6.
We have a comment from Ben saying, this is like when you finally land after an international flight back home and you have to sit in JFK plane traffic for like an hour before you can get to your gate. Come on.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Yeah, imagine being in the capsule. Imagine being in the capsule.
Well, that's one of those things, you know, you rehearse, you train, and
Central
it's
Time,
like,
8:01.
that's part of the whole job is being patient.
Yep. Yeah, I think astronauts, you know, NASA selected astronauts are amongst the most patient people you can find. They're you know, they're kind of a special breed. I think everybody has the opportunity to, you know, be astronaut worthy during their lifetime, but there's only so many people that will make it through the application process.
Yeah. You know, something interesting that came up during the Axiom 1 post-flight, they talked about how that they because the commercial astronauts were all had science to do, they overscheduled themselves and found themselves basically behind the curve and couldn't keep up. And the space station crew was very gracious to help them as best they could. And of course, they ended up staying a few extra days, so stuff that they thought they weren't going to get done, they were able to complete. But it's a lesson that it's one of those lessons that keeps being forgotten, I guess is the word, because like during the early Mercury, Gemini, and Apollo days, astronauts complained about that ground wanted them to do too much work. They weren't giving them time for other things. And during Apollo 7, there was actually a bit of a mutiny about that. Wally Schirra was the commander, and he one day said, you know what? We're going to take some time off. You guys can just wait on your experiments and so forth. And then that same lesson was learned and then forgotten during the early Skylab days, basically the same thing. And so it's one of those things where every generation's got to learn that lesson again. Space Station, I'm sure, was a lot smarter about that. I'd never heard that in any kind of volume during the early days of the space station.
Right.
But
right.
That's Axioms. This is their first flight, and these guys were basically pathfinders for that kind of thing. And they're all very hard working, eager, and motivated people. And because they weren't technically professional astronauts, they didn't have the experience and ability to talk to other people to find out. They packed it as hard as they could, and then found out, whoops, we don't have time to do a lot of that stuff. So that's an important lesson: is don't overwork your astronauts.
Right. Yep.
Especially when you're talking, you're up there 6 months, or some of those guys have been a year. You have to pace yourself. There's a lot of stresses that you don't deal with on the Earth, but there's new kinds of stresses up there.
Yep. No, absolutely. It's they're in, as safe as space travel has been over the last couple decades, it's inherently a dangerous job, and if you've been up there for a while, and you'll definitely feel it. You'll get that added and compounding stress and everything, and you got to make sure you take things slowly and do it efficiently. I'm just noticing a cool piece of what we're seeing on the screen right now. On the top right panel of their screen, again, we have that cone with the purple lines, and then we see this red line that breaks off into kind of like a squiggle mess of all red lines. And I think that is the capsule just trying to keep itself in a holding position.
Yeah, it's drifting.
Yep, drifting a little bit to the side. So I think we'll expect to see that kind of drift back. If we're looking at the left screen, I think we want to see it drift a little bit back to the left there.
Correct, and back up into the cone. Because right now it's left the cone a bit, and that's not that big of a deal. It's part of the realities of working in space. And in fact, on that right-hand screen with the purple V and the red squiggly lines, you can see occasionally there are some white dots. I believe those are predictors. Kind of like when you're in your car with the backup camera, when you turn it on, it shows you lines, and then as you change your direction, will give you a prediction about where you're going to go. And that's of course based on the way things are going. And of course, when you see your predictors show you going one direction, you don't want to go there. You can change your direction, and the predictors change also.
Yep.
So that's just part of the normal trying to keep it in one place, kind of thing. And that's like actually one of the best graphics. Yeah.
Yeah, it's a good one. It looks like it's in meters, I would imagine.
Yes, everything is in meters.
So it looks like it's staying within about 1 meter from the center line on the z-axis, and I think it's staying within that 10. I think that 10 is the 10 meters from the station, so it's staying within that.
Them in. We're getting a lot of good ones to help us understand the Starliner story on OFT2, Orbital Flight Test 2. This next one's from Jordan, who's asking mostly about the docked phase. What else will the Starliner do while attached to the International Space Station? Well, being that this is a flight test, really this is the first flight of the Starliner to the International Space Station.
And now we do see it coming back a little bit to the other side, more centered there on the cone now.
Yep.
With the shadows there, that almost looks like CGI.
Yeah, I know. That's the one thing. Our CGI has gotten so good, so sometimes it's hard to tell the difference. Same thing with the anytime the Falcon 9 booster comes back, that's pretty impressive. But when it's super heavy and you get the dual booster landings,
the Falcon Heavy.
I'm sorry. Yeah, it's Falcon Heavy. The dual booster landing is still one of the most mind-blowing things to see. I've seen two of the three heavy landings, one daytime, one nighttime, and to see those two flying in formation is just so incredible.
Wow. Yep. So amazing. That's cool. All right, we're about 17 minutes out. I assume that within the next few minutes we'll start hearing some more information about everything starting to get back. All the activities start happening again. I'm looking at the tracking. It looks like the ISS is about to fly over Europe, so it is going into that dark zone. Though I think we're seeing some illumination on Starliner from the ISS right now, because we can still get a pretty good sight of it.
They'll dock even in the night side. It's just more of a issue with TDRS and the communication satellites and having all good communication with the ground before they go forward. This close, they can get illumination from the space station to see what's going on.
Yep. They have a decent amount of light there. Making some adjustments. Now we see those predictor lines going further into that left side, trying to bring it back to center.
Yep.
There's a really cool ISS VR experience. I kind of forget what it's called off the top of my head, but there's a couple good ones out there.
Are you talking about the one Time Magazine? Time Magazine releases?
Maybe.
Yeah, I got to experience that a while back. I think it was last year. It was the first chapter, the first installment, and it had taken them years to assemble that and it was totally amazing. I was so so excited about it to see the Oculus Rift and being able to experience the space station like that was very impressive. And they that wasn't done just for entertainment purposes. They actually NASA wanted that for the ability to help train their crews in advance, so
Right.
they people who haven't been to the space station get a better idea. They're exposed to not only the visuals but also the audio, the sounds. Space station's actually very noisy. It's very, and that's the kind of environment you got to get used to live in. You've got fans, motors running, experiments running, people talking, comms going off. So that's keeping people or making people ready for that environment. Especially if you're going to spend 6 months up there, you've got to get acclimated to it, and getting that kind of sensory input in advance is really helpful.
Right. Right. No, it's really cool. Yeah, a lot of people don't realize all the machinery and all the fans and everything that's up there, and there's ascent that's involved with the ISS as well. And
oh yeah, by the way, I saw something on Tested with Adam Savage this morning.
Great
There's
series.
somebody has actually developed a perfume that smells like space.
Huh.
And it's the most incredible thing. It apparently it's been described in many ways, but essentially it's like a burnt metal smell, but with a whole bunch of undertones. And they've actually created a perfume for it.
Wow. Maybe I'll
So
have
you
to
can
pick some
smell
of that
like
up.
space.
That's
Yeah,
cool.
I've got I think there's a link in that video. He may have put a link in it to where you can find it. It was a gift from a fan, I believe. But that's just incredible because I've heard that for years. I've heard, occasionally somebody will ask an astronaut, "What does space smell like?" And they'll give that kind of descriptor. And it smells like a little like burnt electronics, burnt metal. I've also heard. I'm trying to remember what they asked the moon landing astronauts what the moon smelled like, and they gave a smell. I think it was very similar to that.
They have an exhibit, or they used to have the exhibit. If Ben is still listening, he can let me know. Because I know he's there pretty often. The Museum of Natural History in New York City used to have an exhibit where you could like press a button and it would blow some air at you. And I don't know remember the details, but it was legitimately the scent from the moon. I don't know.
Oh.
I don't know if it was a simulated scent or if they have like moon dust in there or something. I don't know.
Probably
But
simulated.
yeah, but it was pretty cool. I remember it was
Yeah.
it was a while ago that I experienced that.
Yeah, and you can even buy simulated lunar regolith.
Yeah. I've almost done that.
Yeah.
What did I just see? I saw an article about somebody. I think it was NASA who grew a plant on Earth, obviously, but in lunar soil. I think they broke up
Yes,
some.
I just saw that recently too. I didn't get a chance to read the whole thing, but that makes a lot of sense. I mean, the soil is basically just a structure to hold nutrients. So if you take that lunar soil and you add nutrients to it, yes, you could very easily. Very similar to the way in the movie The Martian, how he grew potatoes on Mars using the Mars soil.
Right. They are now in that dark, dark shadow.
Yep.
They are going over Europe as we speak now. Looks like right over the heart of Europe, like Germany or something. Passing over Northeast Africa in the next little while, and then into the ocean, and then we should start seeing it again. Just in time for docking, or a little bit before docking.
I believe they probably shut any illumination, any lighting they had on the station, they shut off to save power until such time as it's needed.
Yeah, makes sense to me.
The Starliner's got its acquisition lights, the red and green lights you saw earlier, so they can still get a good idea of where it is.
Yep. They cleaned up their screen cap a little bit. We're not seeing like their desktop anymore.
Yeah.
This is on the bottom right. I'm noticing this is called the orbit.pfd. I assume that means primary flight display. So I think this is what the astronauts on board would see as their primary flight display, just like you would on an airplane. You got that artificial horizon, and you got some important data as far as attitudes and altitudes. and even some information on the top left that they are in the 10-meter hold, which is cool.
Mm-hmm.
I expect the crews to pick up some more comms very quickly here as we approach just under 10 minutes until the next docking time, actually.
Yeah, they mentioned they're going to
reporting
be
to
adjusting the
Flight Director at Van Zeiss
start of approach and, of course, docking time here quickly or shortly after they read some more telemetry, I guess, once they get there.
All right, we get some audio now. Well, we did for a second.
Flight controller is basically looking at the steps they will take as after Starliner makes contact, since that docking ring is already extended, and it will be retracted to complete the docking of Starliner.
I noticed the Starliner, when it's in their computer, the display on the left, when you see the thrusters fire, they're firing in different colors. And I'm thinking that's showing their primary and secondary thrusters. I'm not sure. They seem to be
interesting.
Some of the thrusts are coming from the same area and they change color.
I wonder if that's just so, like, if depending on the angle that the graphic is, if they overlap, they know which is what. I don't know. Yeah, that's a great point. It could be primary, secondary. So we got green, we got blue, and we got red.
Yeah, I think there's also the three colors they use for their X, Y, and Z, which could be also explained. Because sometimes you'll fire one thruster for any given direction, but sometimes you'll have to fire two because they are so close to the station. Certain thruster combinations are not allowed.
Right.
So they may use other thrusters in different combinations.
Yeah, that's really interesting.
Here we go. We got a status coming up.
Plug my phone in there for a second. Just under 6 minutes.
Station Houston, Space Ground 2 for docking status.
Station.
Farmer, I wanted to let you know that a few of the NDS components did not go to the an intended config. Therefore, we need to retract the docking ring to reset the system. We're expecting that to take about 30 minutes. We will come back to you with a new FAI time.
Damn.
Okay, copy that. 30 minutes to retract the ring, and then
I didn't hear whether that's the docking ring on
and
the
just confirm
Starliner or the docking ring on the space station. Because they're basically two passive systems here. They'll talk about it.
So you heard that report from the International Capcom, Rob Hayhurst communicating up to NASA astronaut Bob Hines. He's with Kjell Lindgren. They're inside the International Space Station right now monitoring Starliner as it holds at the 10-meter point. The NASA docking system, the NDS, retracted its ring fully. They were checking out some of the systems, but there are some that still need to be verified. So the teams here, after some discussion, elected to retract the ring. They're going to go ahead and pull that back in and then reset the system to try again. That process is expected to take 30 minutes. And
Space station on 2, ISS crew is ready for final approach monitoring and capture review is complete.
Houston copies. Thanks for the words.
Interesting.
And the space station crew,
the thrust
with it, making sure that they are continuing their task of monitoring Starliner's approach. The Starliner, again, is holding at 10 meters. They're planning on retracting the NASA docking system ring to reset the system, and that is expected to take up to 30 minutes. The back end of the flight final approach initiation window is expected to be on sort of the assessment time, so we'll be targeting a new window. We'll assess the next opportunity to push in for a docking, making sure that Starliner and its systems are all good before we press in for that docking.
If the half hour turns in any longer, they may be running into a situation where their opportunity for docking today the window may close because the crew's been up so long.
Right.
There's a point at which they have to say, okay, this was a good try. We're going to back away and try again later the next day. We'll see how this goes. I mean, that's why you test to make sure these things don't have problems like this. But you can't expect to keep the crew sitting there for an extra long time.
Now, did you get a good indication from what they just said about if this is Starliner side or if this is ISS side?
I believe it is the Starliner side. Okay. So now I was thinking about it. The initial capture mechanism is essentially the same design, and they just kind of capture on each other like that. But when they want to do that's what they call a soft dock or soft mate. And then what they do is they have a series of motors and screws that draw the capsule up to the docking, and then they get the hard mate, and they put all the latches in, mechanical latches to give a structure. So it is the NASA docking adapter on the capsule.
Yeah, all right, we'll have to see then. So it sounds like that process will take about at least a half hour. So we're looking at no earlier than 7:20 p.m. Central Time.
They didn't mention whether that's still within their window for this orbit.
Right.
It doesn't look like it should be a problem as far as lighting, but it could be an issue with satellite communication.
Yeah, somebody on Twitter said that they did catch audio saying it sounds like they're going to miss that docking window, so it's probably more than 30 minutes.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. So, yeah, we'll have to stick around for a little bit and see what their plan is and make some decisions, but we'll see. Maybe we'll go defrost something in my fridge in case I end up being stuck here for a little bit.
All I got to do, I just bring up DoorDash and I'm good.
Actually, I got some tamales in my fridge that I can heat up if things get
tamales.
Desperate.
You just said the magic word. The absolute best tamales, in my humble opinion, are from the Rio Grande Valley.
Oh yeah.
My wife's family's good at finding the good ones, and they always bring some for us in the holidays, and we freeze them and then open them up by March or April.
Nice. Oh, you'll have to clue me in on where to get some of the best ones.
Yeah, I'll find out. There's definitely some places. Actually, there in Clear Lake where I live, there's actually a tamale van that's been selling tamales as long as we've lived there since the early 90s. And one day it's there and the next day it's not. And so you have to time it just right.
That's cool. Yeah, they're good. They're real good.
Yeah. They're good, but they're not good for you, unfortunately.
Yeah. Yep.
Looks like NASA's taking a break.
They're taking a break. Should we take a break?
I guess we should probably take a break if you want to put them full screen until they come back. Yeah, they're taking a break.
Oh yeah, look at that.
Unless this, unfortunately, we're what?
Huh? Yeah, they just kind of like ended their.
I didn't hear them say anything.
Yeah.
That happens sometimes.
Let me just check Twitter to make sure we didn't miss anything.
Yeah. They would have said something if they scrubbed. We would hear all over the place.
Yeah.
It says now targeting 8:01 p.m. Eastern, so that's 7:01 your time.
So that's now.
Oh, they're back. Yeah, that's the second thing I was going to say is NASA TV, I'm sure, is an automated channel, and somebody forgot to turn the automation off. And
Gotcha.
It just started playing, yeah.
Yeah, there we go.
Yeah.
All right.
Just almost had a Heidi moment. And nobody, I'm sure there's like nobody that gets that reference, but if you go back in the history of live television sports back in the 60s, I believe it was, I forget which teams were playing, but the network was covering it, and the one team was ahead by big enough, and the movie Heidi was going to be premiering, and it was a very popular movie back in the 60s in the theaters. And so when the network got the rights to air it, they were programming people, hey, we got this movie we got to show. We can't preempt it. We need to get it on the air. So they left the broadcast and started playing Heidi. And sure enough, the other team that was behind by, I think it was 2 touchdowns, came back and won. And it was like with less than 2 minutes left in the game. Huh. So it's an important lesson in the broadcast world about the Heidi game, is never assume that somebody's won the game until the game is over. So
yeah, that's funny. I don't think I had heard of that.
Oh yeah, it's famous. At least my father was in broadcast in television for over 60 years, and programming was one of his big things, and that was a real important lesson that you have to learn.
Definitely. Yeah. Absolutely. ISS is going over Africa, Eastern Africa.
Oh yeah, here it is. The Heidi game, or Heidi Bowl, was the Jets and the Raiders.
Maybe I have heard of that. Heidi Bowl sounds familiar.
Yeah, it was November 17th, 1968.
Wow.
Oakland scored 2 touchdowns in the final minute and won 43-32. However, a decision by the game's television broadcasters, NBC, to break away from the coverage in the East Coast it's just the East Coast, to broadcast the television film Heidi.
That's nuts. That's crazy. Somebody, yeah, that must have been.
The Starliner is holding at 10 meters. The teams have decided to retract the NASA docking system. The ring that was extended is now retracted to allow them to reset the system, and the teams are looking at the docking system. Teams are now evaluating the next opportunity to push in for docking. And we expect to be reporting that soon.
Okay.
Yeah, that 8:01. We've passed 8:01, haven't we? Eastern? Yeah, we have. Yeah, that's old tweet. Well, at this point, if I was a betting guy, I might be leaning toward they're going to scrub for the day, but maybe not.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if they do, but I think if there's any chance that they can do it still tonight without any additional risk, I think they'll definitely try.
Oh yeah,
but if they're approaching,
this is a test mission, so they're going to take advantage of the fact that they can do as much troubleshooting and testing and so forth.
Yep.
As they can.
Yep. Yeah, we'll see what their update is. If they say we'll try again in another half hour, then that's good.
Yeah.
If they say we'll try again another 2 hours, then maybe I'll take an extended break.
Well, we can talk about. I'm sure people would be interested to hear about all the opportunities for people to go fly in space. I mean, that's a big thing now: commercial space and space tourism, like the New Shepard and the Virgin Galactic Spaceship One, and that's Spaceship Two now. But there's other opportunities now. There are several companies that have come online or coming online soon. Oh, here we go.
Station Houston, Space Ground 2 for FAI time.
With you on 2.
we have been able to extend out the latest FAI time for this opportunity to 0042, which is about 37 minutes from now. We do expect that the NDS system is going to be in a good config prior to that.
Absolutely.
So we will be coming to you a little bit before we initiate the approach, but we do expect to make this window.
Cool. Your audio definitely hits
that
before
sounds
mine
great.
does.
So FAI time stretched out to
I'm running it on my
0042.
iPhone.
So within 37 minutes, we can expect to start
my hearing aid.
approach.
The wonders of Bluetooth.
That's the plan.
So yeah, we're talking about chances for the regular people to fly in space.
Okay, sounds great. We're standing by.
And several of them that come online have been the high altitude balloons.
Mm-hmm.
And there's a lot of opportunities for that. Oh, they're going to talk about it.
Yeah.
So you heard their words up to the crew.
742.
We're looking at a final approach initiation burn at 7:42
for the docking
p.m. Central Time. That would put first contact 4 minutes later, 7:46 p.m. Central Time.
We're definitely caught up now. Better. At least
This
closer.
is being done while the flight team works with the docking system that is on Starliner. After having the docking ring extended, they've retracted it, and they are going to re-extend it. The process takes about 30 minutes, so that's this one.
We update some times
and
here.
basically puts that ring is what extends from Starliner and allows the connection to the docking port on the forward port of this International Space Station. It's a very short extension and basically allows the vibrations or any other motion of the spacecraft to dampen out. Then it retracts. It's kind of a set of springs and shock absorbers. It retracts and allows the Starliner to complete its connecting process with the International Space Station. So again, we're looking at a final approach initiation burn at 7:42 p.m. Central Time, docking 4 minutes later at 7:46 p.m. At this point, Starliner continues to hover at the point where it's about 10 meters from the International Space Station. It is inside the approach corridor where it's supposed to be. And you can see from some of the graphics there that the small thrusters on Starliner are making little maintenance burns, just little pulses to keep Starliner in position at that 10-meter hold point.
Very good.
Yeah, we'll
earlier
get there.
I think you were like 20 or 30 seconds ahead of me on the stream, but I think we're closer now.
Yeah. Yeah, they have enough room. It sounds like they have enough margin in their window that they can make it.
Yep.
It does sound like though if there's any other problems come up there, they may have to think about it.
Yeah. It does. If for whatever reason, it did sound like they were a little bit more confident about them being in a better place when it rolls around. So
yeah.
I don't know why. Maybe they kind of knew what had happened or something. But yeah, one of those guys that had spoken sounded like he was confident that it was in better shape. So we'll have to see.
Yep.
That leaves us at 36 minutes until that next attempt.
Okay.
Tracking ISS, we are currently over southeast of Eastern Africa. Not far off of Madagascar there. And we'll be entering in the sunlight section here shortly, so I think we'll see some good views coming from the ISS and from Starliner here shortly.
Yeah. Surprised Boeing hasn't updated said anything on Twitter.
True. Have they?
Well, I might be behind too.
Oh, 38 minutes ago.
Yeah, 38 minutes ago.
What about NASA? Yeah, nothing new from NASA either. But they're doing a pretty good job on the actual webcast, so that's good. But you know what? I will take a 2-minute pause here. You want to stay on while I'm gone, or
yeah, I'll stay on. I'll stay on, and when you come back, I'll take a break.
All right, I will be back in about 2 minutes.
Okay. And it looks like we have an update from, International Space Station. Starliner final approach now target at 8:42 p.m. with docking at 8:46 p.m. So that matches up what we just heard from the public affairs officer talking about the current setup, current conditions, and current plans.
Getting a look at the Starliner flight director, Ed Van Cise. To his right is the Starliner Capcoms. They're here to learn about the processes and understand the decision making that's happening in this room, so they can relay it to future crews on board Starliner. You have Neil Nagata there, as well as Butch Wilmore, who will be inside the Starliner vehicle for the crewed flight test. To Van Cise's left is Pooja Jasrani, another flight director here, also monitoring Starliner systems. Teams here, they are actively discussing some of the next steps and making sure that we're good to go. We're targeting the end of this docking window opportunity. So the final approach initiation burn we're currently targeting is 7:42 p.m. Central Time. That'll push us in for a docking a few minutes later.
Yeah, it sounds like they're going to maximize the rest of this window of opportunity for docking. They haven't talked openly about if there's another opportunity after this, but we'll wait and see.
All right, I am back.
Welcome back.
Thank you. All right. So I was listening in. It sounds like we just had additional confirmation that we're going to be trying at the end of the
flight
window.
director that Demo 3, which is a series of Vesta demonstrations, have been completed.
Nice.
So while Starliner holds here at the 10-meter point, the sensors on the nose of Starliner have done exactly what they're supposed to do. There's actually the Demo 3 is there's a four-part series of readings and demonstrations that Vesta has taken part in, going all the way back to the TPI burn, which is the terminal phase initiation, and more at the inbound fly around, and and completing it just completing it here while Starliner's at the 10-meter point. That doesn't have anything to do with the docking
All right, since you're
ring,
back, I'm going to take a little break, okay?
It is
Yeah, sounds good to me.
Demonstration of those sensors.
Sounds good. So thanks for sticking with us, everybody, so far.
Station Houston Space Ground 2 for Starliner status.
Starliner status report coming in.
One, two.
Good news, the NDS troubleshooting was successful. The ground is in the process of re-extending the ring. We are expecting to make this window.
Awesome.
All right, that's great news. We're standing by.
So what we just...
And good news going up to the crew that the docking ring troubleshooting has succeeded. It's looking good. So the crew on the International Space Station has been advised that we will make this window.
We got good
That
news.
means we are pressing forward to the final approach initiation burn at 7:42 p.m. Central Time.
So they just reported that the troubleshooting went successfully and that they are confident that they're going to make this window now as long as nothing new comes up.
Oh, excellent.
In the meantime, getting more great views of Starliner, and as it hovers,
yeah, the capsule's just close enough you could reach out and grab it and pull it in.
Just away from the International Space Station.
Oh yeah, look at that. Yep, you can read it now. It really is a good-looking capsule.
Yes, it is. Especially in the inky blackness of space rather than sitting on a launch pad.
Yep. Those RCS thrusters look real, like, they're so, like, instantaneous. It's not such a smallest little burst that comes out.
Yep.
Looks like it's realigning a bit there. Moving quite a bit. Is it actually approaching? I don't think it's supposed to be yet, right? I think they said 7:42 Central.
Yeah. Yeah, it's 7:42, so we're a little over.
Yeah, it must just be shifting around a little bit. It almost looked like it was getting closer, but I don't think it is.
Yeah, as long as we're not moving the camera, you can kind of use the frame as a reference. But I think it's just doing its little left-right. It may surge forward a little bit, a foot or two, and back and forth.
Yeah, I guess that makes sense.
Yeah, it can only keep it so still, you know.
Yep. Yeah, at this, we're close enough that even a half a foot would actually look.
Yeah.
We'd see that for sure.
Mm-hmm, for sure. There's something else I noticed that, you know, the original capsule was, when it was first proposed, was just a CST 100. And then the nickname Starliner got attached, and it's easier to just say Starliner.
Absolutely. Yeah, I remember when
MPO reports that the docking ring is extending. The MPO controller is short for Mechanical and Power Officer.
Can we see that?
Actually, in this angle,
She's
no, because
reporting that the docking ring is
extending
extended,
directly
and then
toward
that's
us.
gonna.
Got it.
And it's only moving about
Otherwise, keep us
6 inches, maybe.
Position for a final approach initiation burn. Again, our schedule is for 7:42 p.m. Central Time.
Yeah, it looks like we're getting
Starliner, in the
orbital
meantime,
sunrise right now too.
Is
that'll be real nice.
At 10 meters away from the forward port of the International Space Station.
I'm gonna have to keep a water cooler like in my stream room.
Yeah.
Just always keep it.
All right, they're reporting the docking system is ready for capture. That's great news.
MPO reports that the ring has been extended and is ready for capture.
Awesome. So we are now officially further than we got on the last attempt there. So the issues that they ran into, they no longer are running into. So.
Station Houston, space to ground 2. Houston is go for final approach. Stand by for final approach initiation call.
Are they going to wait?
Station copies go for final approach and stand by.
Yeah, they'll wait. They've just got the final approval. The most likely I believe somebody will give a ground command to the Starliner systems to initiate the move.
Makes sense. Because they're still like 20 minutes out from their estimated time.
And you heard there the crew being advised that the teams are go for final approach.
Yeah.
Glad we finally got to this point here with Starliner. Just a little bit further to go.
Yep.
All right, the teams here are talking through. There is an opportunity to execute the final approach initiation much earlier than anticipated to beat a 7-minute handover, or a handover in 7 minutes. We can expect the teams, they're talking about it now, to go ahead and execute that maneuver.
Going early.
And they just did. Final approach initiation has been commenced.
Here we go.
Houston on 2. Starliner final approach has begun. Perform steps 8 and 9 in 1.102.
Docking a little earlier than planned.
For anybody not quite paying attention with the stream on in the background, now is the time to start paying attention. The teams just said that they're going to start a little bit earlier than anticipated on the final approach, and the capsule is now approaching the ISS.
And on the move, 0.04 meters per second. It'll take 4 minutes to close this distance of what is now less than 9 meters to the International Space Station's forward port.
Moving at a pretty good clip there, actually.
Yep.
Imagery we're seeing coming from the One of the external cameras on the ISS just shifted the views. Now watching Starliner make
the
its
centerline camera.
Make its final approach. Docking ring extended. Seven meters away from the forward port.
Looks good. You can see
estimated contact a little bit more than 2 minutes. Crossing 2 minutes to contact right now.
Wow, look at that shot.
Yep.
Starliner
Good
continuing
lighting,
to
good
close
focus.
in on the International Space Station at a distance of 5.3 meters, closing in at 0.05 meters per second. Alternating views between the International Space Station and the Starliner sensors themselves as they close in on the forward port of the Harmony module. Starliner looking to connect to the international docking adapter there at the forward end of Harmony. Docking ring extended. You can see some of the separation coming in with that inner ring. Those three pedals will...
Looks good.
Inside 4 meters.
Let's go Boeing.
Yes.
One minute to contact. Inside 3 meters. Quiet in the control room. Starliner continuing to close in. Two meters, Starliner coming 2 meters to the International Space Station.
Just about there.
1 meter to docking, less than 20 seconds.
And they're there.
Press the
nice.
dock.
So now that they have soft
Contact,
capture, they'll wait a few minutes while the relative motion changes, any kind of wobbling
Soft
goes
capture
down, and they
confirmed.
get down to minimum out, and then they'll retract it in.
Copy. Station showing good soft capture.
Yeah, it takes a few minutes to dampen out all the different
Starliner
motions
spacecraft
from the
completes
docking.
its historic first docking to the International Space Station, opening a new avenue of access for crews to the orbiting laboratory.
That looked smooth.
That docking time comes
Yeah,
at
it's very-
7:28 p.m. Central Time. The International
Congratulations
Space
to Boeing
Station was
and
271 statute miles over
Absolutely.
the South Indian Ocean with the Starliner attached to its forward port.
Cheers all around the control room after that docking by Boeing Starliner spacecraft. The docking is not complete. It's the docking ring that was extended.
Yeah, so
will have
right
to
now
be
there's still a
retracted
small
to
gap,
complete
about a 6-inch
the
gap,
capture.
and
Right
what they'll
now
do
it's
is
a
they'll
soft capture.
retract the ring back in, and it'll bring up and it'll actually cause a hard mate. And they'll have a series of latches, hook latches that they'll deploy from Starliner into the International Space Station, which will create a hard mechanical seal, which then they can open up and have a good seal on
I
their
think in other
hatch.
dockings we've seen live video of that. I wonder if we will hear
Yeah.
the actual latches.
It only takes a few minutes for it to wait down, to dampen down.
Starliner connected to the forward port of the International Space Station.
Everybody looking cool, calm, and collected in mission control as per usual.
Flight controllers working through their methodical approach to complete the docking, to complete all the connections between the Starliner and the International Space Station's forward port.
We'll have to see what happens with the thrusters, but as you know, as far as I'm concerned, right now we officially have 2 ways to get to the ISS from, cruise from the ground to the ISS from U.S. soil, which is really exciting.
It is such great news.
That docking time came at 7:28 p.m. Central Time.
Station Houston Space to Ground 2 for Node 2 hatches.
Go for station.
You are go to open the port and starboard hatches.
Copies. We're go to open port and starboard hatches.
I'm not sure which hatches they're talking about. Obviously, they're not talking about hatches to the Starliner on the docking adapter. There may be a process where a procedure for docking where they close hatches to the PMAs just to give them an extra level of redundancy if there is a collision and a leak.
That would make sense. Yep.
Again, that's a soft capture at 7:28 p.m. They still have to retract the ring and pull the spacecraft into the International Space Station for sequence for a hard dock, and we'll stand by for that. In the meantime, the crew on the inside of the space station has closed the hatches to the Japanese module and the European module. They'll go ahead and open those that needed to be closed as a flight requirement for the docking phase. So they'll open those up while we wait for the sequence to proceed through hard docking.
I wonder if that happens during normal operations as well with a non-test vehicle.
It's interesting. It's the first time I've consciously heard them talk about it, but it has to be part of a standard procedure.
It makes sense. Definitely makes sense to me. Might as well take the extra minute or two to just be safe.
MPO reports the ring is aligned.
And of course, we get a beautiful view of the Earth underneath Starliner there, down at the bottom. We'll see if we get any more HD views from anywhere too. From 2019 to 2022, they made it happen.
Yep.
I think we're going to be seeing some of those videos when it was getting real close, posted all over social media for a while. Those were some really beautiful shots.
Yeah, I'm sure it's going up like crazy right now.
Yep. It is. It is.
Yep.
And you can see it physically. The NASA docking system ring that's on board the Boeing Starliner is retracting. You can see the spacecraft itself get closer to the International Space Station. In the meantime, the space station's attitude control systems themselves have been configured to allow for this hard dock sequence. They have to be in a certain configuration.
That's cool.
Thrusters are disabled for hard mate.
Yeah, you don't want the thrusters fighting, causing any kind of torque on the docking adapter.
And that
it's almost there. It's almost closed up.
NDS has been working great, so no issues.
Awesome.
Sounds great. Good to hear.
Good reports on the thruster configuration. That's the attitude control of the International Space Station. That's in a good configuration, and they're reporting that the Boeing Starliner's docking system is performing as expected. You can see the ring retraction, which is close to complete. We'll get confirmation of that soon as we go close to the hard dock sequence to mate Starliner spacecraft to the International Space Station.
MPO reporting that the first set of hooks are closing.
Nice.
There are two sets of hooks that will close to complete this docking process. The first set of 6 and then a second set of 6. So right now they're working on that first set. Once those hooks are connected, there's a couple of umbilicals reaching from Starliner that will
interesting part of the
connect to the International Space Station. Those will be data and electrical
instead of having
transmission.
To use, like when the Soyuz would dock, they would have to run hoses and umbilicals through the hatch to connect the Soyuz to the International Space Station for data and power and so forth. But now it's all automated, done on the outside, where the connectors actually deploy from the vehicle directly into connectors on the space station. So that leaves the hatch more open. And in case of an emergency departure, you don't have to worry about pulling hoses and stuff back out.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, and they just said the first 6 are closed, I think.
All 6 hooks on gang 1 are closed.
Yep.
Next up, we'll be closing the second set of hooks.
And then we're at fully hard capture.
Yep.
And Starliner Mission Control Center saw the first docking to the International Space Station by the Boeing Starliner spacecraft. Of course, the controllers and those in the viewing room behind us cheered that historic first. And over in the ISS flight control room, there was a audience at least as interested in everything that's been happening today. And for that perspective, over to Leah Cheshire.
Thanks, Steve. That's right. Everyone here is pretty happy to see the Boeing Starliner arrive at the International Space Station, docking to that Node 2 Harmony port. And this is the first time that we have both commercial crew partners dock to the International Space Station at the same time. So a really cool sight to have both Crew Dragon and Starliner there. Okay. So teams are continuing to monitor as those hooks drive to firmly secure Starliner to the space station, and it takes about 10 minutes for that hard mate to be secured. Now, the solar arrays on the International Space Station side will be maneuvered back to their previous configuration after having been feathered, which means they are oriented and protecting them from any inadvertent impacts from the vehicle, like the thruster firings that we saw during that hold and as it approached the vehicle. Later on, they will pressurize the vestibule, which is the space between the station hatch, which was exposed to space previously, and Starliner's hatch. But now that Starliner has arrived, the crew has to wait until tomorrow for hatch opening, but you can watch live starting at 11:30 a.m. Eastern Time. It's moving pretty smoothly here in Mission Control Houston as those hooks continue to drive, but to carry us through the rest of that process and to keep us up to date with the latest on Starliner, sending it back to you and Gary over there in the Starliner flight control room. Thanks for joining us here in Mission Control Houston, and that'll wrap it up for me tonight.
Very cool, very cool.
Yep.
All right, thank you, Leah. We are continuing to monitor the Starliner's hard dock to the International Space Station. Good reports from the space station side, going back to nominal attitude control. Of course, there are 6 hooks that are keeping the Starliner secured to the International Space Station right now. To complete a hard capture, there has to be a second, what's called a gang of hooks. So that's another 6. There's a period in between the closing of each hooks for an assessment before they go ahead and continue to drive those hooks for secure docking to the International Space Station. We're just standing by for that. But a recap, we did have 7:28 was the contact and soft capture time, where the Starliner spacecraft made contact with the International Space Station. At the time, the station and Starliner were traveling 271 statute miles over the South Indian Ocean, just south off the coast of Australia.
All right. Well, we'll wait to hear that final confirmation about the second gang of hooks closing up. But what we just saw was Starliner successfully docking to the International Space Station for the first time ever. It's been a long couple years for Boeing to kind of get some issues under control and get everything resolved. But as we saw today, that a lot of that effort was, they put in all that effort and it looks like it paid off for them. A couple things that I think we need to hear back on for investigation about, what happened with those thrusters, and there was a couple learning moments during the approach to the ISS today. Not sure how serious or not serious those were, but the fact that the Starliner is currently docked to ISS is a tremendous sign that Boeing is making great progress at being able to deliver astronauts to the ISS reliably and safely with this Starliner vehicle. Very, very cool stuff that we saw here today.
Yep. History in the making. We now have, we tentatively have a second crew vehicle once it finishes tests and they get the crew demo, and then they'll have that all under their belt, and then we can start doing regular rotations. It's great to have SpaceX, but we don't want to overwork them. Share the load.
We said it a bunch of times yesterday. We'll say it a bunch of times again. The redundancy is important. We don't want to rely on one vehicle or one company. So.
Yeah, and there's also the prospect that there are going to be more companies building manned vehicles coming up. I mean, it's not going to be a mad race like this, but all those commercial space stations that'll be coming online are going to need vehicles to get people and cargo back and forth. So there could be more vehicles being designed right now. I'm sure there are. We just haven't heard about them yet.
We might see Dream Chaser. We might see some
Dream
other
Chaser if we're lucky.
Ones.
Yeah.
Yep. We'll stick around for just a couple more minutes. I do want to hear that final confirmation.
Yes,
if there's any
absolutely.
final questions, please feel free to drop those in the chat. But we're just going to hang here for a couple minutes. And if you are listening on, the next stream I plan to cover will be on May 31st. That is Memorial Day weekend for those in the U.S. That is the Electron capstone mission. So that is Rocket Lab's first ever mission to the moon, which is really cool. They're going to be delivering a payload that is kind of in preparation for the Artemis missions that will be launched in a few years. So really cool to see Electron, really small rocket, delivering a payload to the moon. So I'll definitely be live for that one.
Yes, definitely. That's a pioneer. I guess they call it a Pathfinder mission for landing, figuring out the best way to land on the South Pole. It's all theory up until this point, because the Apollo missions, we all landed on more or less equatorial orbit. So now they're trying to figure out the best way to get into polar orbit and achieve the landing goals that they want.
It should be a really cool one. That was actually originally scheduled to launch from Virginia. It's no longer scheduled for Virginia. That will be a New Zealand launch. But I'm hoping to see Rocket Lab launch from Virginia sooner than later. I'd definitely like to see Electron launch from Virginia, but we should be seeing Neutron launch from there in the next few years as well.
Yes, absolutely. Excited to see. Seeing Neutron, Neutron being built and flown there at Wallops.
Yep. Wallops is a great place to see a launch. It's actually one of my favorite places to see a launch. So the first Neutron launch out of there is going to be a good time. I'm really excited for that.
Yeah.
Really excited for that. beyond that, there's some Starlink missions coming up, some other Falcon 9 missions coming up, some other Falcon 9 missions coming up, some other Falcon 9 missions coming up. Transporter 5, Sun Synchronous.
Now, is Transporter 5 the last of the transporter missions? I thought I heard that SpaceX had stopped booking transporters after 5.
I think so. I would have to double check, but that sounds correct. That does sound correct.
That's good news for the small sat launchers because unfortunately, SpaceX kind of snapped up a lot of the business with their transporter mission. It was a great idea, but it's I imagine it's a bit of a headache with coordinating all those different satellites and different customers and so forth.
Right. Yep. Yeah, I forget. Is it Astra or Rocket Lab that said that they were going to pick up some of those? I kind of forget.
Well, I'm sure it was Astra, at least Astra and Rocket Lab. Yeah, they're probably people are knocking on their doors already.
Yep. But yeah, just scrolling through the launches for the rest of the year. Definitely some Falcon Heavy potential launches. Keeping our eyes out for when the first Artemis 1 mission will be. Hopefully sometime in the next few months.
I think I saw a target date for rollout for the second wet dress rehearsal.
June, right?
Yeah, actually I think it's the end of the month here.
Got it.
So the rehearsal would happen sometime early. Yeah, would happen in early June.
And if everything goes well with wet dress rehearsal in early June, the earliest we expect to see a launch would be likely in August, I think I understand, but we'll make sure that we keep you updated there. I think the administrator said they're currently tracking August, but we'll have to see.
Mm-hmm. Well, end of May, we'll hopefully see the FAA.
Yep.
Do their final approval for Starship.
Yep. So in the last couple of weeks, we've seen there's a public list of all the check marks they have to have before they come out with that final review. And a couple more of those check marks have been...
Space to Ground 2 for Starliner. We're currently in the process of driving the second gang of hooks.
Station copies. Good news.
Second set of hooks driving now to complete that connection. 6 have already closed. 6 more.
Getting close.
Yep. So the fact that these processes have been checked off is a good indication that we may finally get an answer at the end of this month. Of course, that could be a good answer, or it could be an answer meaning that we won't see a launch from Starbase this year or anytime soon. Those are both possibilities, but I think everybody, mostly everybody down here, is excited to hopefully see the approval. So that's coming in, 11 days?
Mm-hmm.
MPO reports all of the second gang of 6 hooks are closed. That completes all 12 hooks being closed.
All right. Well, I think that's official.
Meaning that Starliner is fully connected to the International Space Station docking port. The umbilicals will be extended momentarily to connect the video and electrical networks, the data and electrical networks between Starliner and the International Space Station.
Yeah, so if they get that approval, I would not be surprised if we start hearing rumors. Again, not until it's public or official, we don't know, but I wouldn't be surprised if we start hearing rumors of a potential launch down here sometime in late June or early July. So.
Well, you'll definitely see it. Activities will monitor down there.
Yeah, so I actually, as you're saying that, I saw a tweet just a few minutes ago, 18 minutes ago. There's a report that from Jess, who's one of the most dedicated creators down here, always down at Starbase, saying...
MPO confirms.
1 second.
Hard docking complete.
Hard docking complete. Let me just turn this down.
All right, we're docked.
SpaceX appears to be delivering employees to Brownsville, Texas from all over the USA right now. Perhaps this is another surge as the team pushes towards orbital.
Has moved Starliner.
Oh, that's good news.
To dock
and
mode.
We're docked. We're hard docked.
Another first.
Congratulations, Boeing. Great step for Boeing.
That's
great step
applause
for NASA.
you hear.
Houston, Space to Ground 2 for Starliner.
Go for station.
Hard mate is complete. ISS thrusters are enabled, and we can welcome Starliner to ISS.
That's great news. Thank you to Rob. Thank you, Rob. Thank you to the entire ops team for some great work tonight. To the joint Boeing and NASA team, the crew of Expedition 67 would like to offer our congratulations on this momentous occasion. Today marks a great milestone towards providing additional commercial access to low Earth orbit, sustaining the ISS, and enabling NASA's goal of returning humans to the Moon and eventually to Mars. Great accomplishments in human spaceflight are long remembered by history. Today will be no different. So to Starliner, its commander, Rosie the Rocketeer, and all the men and women who poured their hearts and souls into this vehicle and this mission, welcome to the International Space Station.
Yep. Very good, very good. That's really exciting.
Great words, Farmer. Thank you so much for all your great work today.
All right.
Thank you guys as well. Have a good night.
And Station Starliner Control Center here. Thank you for the great words. We are happy to be there and looking forward to a great mission.
And likewise, and Starliner is looking beautiful on the front of station.
Awesome.
Nice. All right.
We love it too.
I think we'll call it here.
Okay.
I don't know if they'll do any more wrap up here on the stream, but I think for us that will do it. Thank you everybody that joined us for today's broadcast. Let's go to the face focus scene here. We really do appreciate anybody coming by, commenting, interacting, or just watching in the background. Your support means a lot. We're out here trying to provide a little bit extra color to what's happening in space and a different perspective than what you'll hear on your usual NASA streams or your usual Astro or Rocket Lab streams. Andrew, thank you as always for joining us on the stream today. Tremendous conversation. Your knowledge and insight is always very welcome and really appreciated. So thank you.
You're welcome.
You wanna shout out your Twitter or anything?
Yeah, it's Twitter is at AParisX. That's 2 R's, APARRISX, and Instagram is at AOParis, RRISX, AOParisX. Okay.
Very good. I'll work on a chat command. So next stream I'll just be able to do like ! socials and it'll list them all out in chat or something.
Oh, very good. Very good.
Cool. And for me, my name is Andrew as well. This is Solid Rocket Future, covering the most exciting parts of human spaceflight and rocketry. Had a fun one today. Thank you everybody for joining, and we'll talk to you next time. See ya.
Bye-bye.